change up, life isn't fair. It's how we made, huh? Now you aware. That's why you fear us, that's why you scared. They over the hilltop, I see them right there. They'll wait for the kill shot, they'll sit and they'll stare. If we got a real shot for us, it's up there. We're hopeless if we stop, they'll kill us right here. Living in death's den, run through the best winds, storming the front gates. Whatever gets us in, whatever gets us over, whatever helps us win, whatever we must do. Rescuing our kids, as long as they get through it, don't matter if we live. God chose to bless you, I'll take all that death gives. I'm here till this war ends, in memory of dead friends, in hope of a new way when all of this death ends. Who can we call on? It's me and it's all y'all. We're here by our lonesome, nobody to fall on. Flesh in the dirt, fire to ashes. Fate getting closer every moment that passes. Running away, no one is there, no one to save us, nothing to spare. How can I change what? We landed here, it's not the same sons, this is despair. One of us came up, none of us cared. They want to change up, life isn't fair. It's how we made, huh? Now you aware. It's why you fear us, this why you scared. Show me a safe place, does it exist? It must be a wasteland where nobody lives, that nobody knows of, where nobody's been. Where we at is warfare, every time you can get. What you can't get is real love and fucking respect. Set up for failure, a life of neglect. If none of us stand up, we'll live with regrets. If we rise, we might die, I call that a good death. What would I live for if I am oppressed? How can I raise up with the world on my chest? Who's gonna save us if you and I rest? They shoot us in cold blood when under arrest. Lock us in cold cells, consider it home now. Cut off from emotion, our feelings are stone now. Our buildings are blown out, the madness is so loud. It's dark and there's no sound, we gotta go now. Running away, no one is there, no one to save us, nothing to spare. How can I change what? We landed here, it's not the same sons, this is despair. One of us came up, none of us cared. They want to change up, life isn't fair. It's how we made, huh? Now you aware. It's why you fear us, this why you scared. The illness is prevalent, natives malevolent. Hunger, starvation now, no hope for a heaven sent. Kiss the babies goodbye, say I love you to wives. Grab your weapons, get your steps in, we gon' ride when it rise. The sun mean what when it's blinding your eyes? Put the wind to your back, leave them facing the sky. Put the pain in the dirt, raise your bloody fist high. Use your brain, do the work, strategize and survive. The rush of the dust up, the thrill of the gun buzz. The satisfaction of our reaction when there's no one to help us. The spoils of war, the hunger for more. The passion of how we smashing what we hate through the floor. The rage, the loneliness of dead on the page. To cleanse this land, gotta burn more than just sage. Crush the cage, body and soul unafraid. Kill them all and set them ablaze. No running away, no one is there, no one to save us, nothing to spare. How can I change what? We landed here, it's not the same sons, this is despair. One of us came up, none of us cared. They want to change up, life isn't fair. It's how we made, huh? Now you aware. It's why you fear us, this why you scared. Hanging from a thread till you dead, cause your partner put a price on your head. Cause your chick was laying up in his bed, she getting details, spilling every word that you said. She working retail, thirsty bitch just trying to get ahead. If history tell us anything, y'all both end up dead. It's just a street tale, a fable, some shit someone said. Sit at the table and hope there's more to offer than bread. Pulled out the cradle, first steps you getting chased by a fed. No head starts, just body parts and lead sparks. Old religion, brand new hate and weak hearts. Oligarchs, krakens, dragons, you see sharks. Imagine you could manage to maneuver the deep part. You a savage, you can have it, just show all your teeth sharp. If you could grab it, you could stab it, just aim for the bleeding heart. The ones that show compassion, the soldier that seeks art. Does the artist that wage war take over or take part? Taking a knee, thinking ain't no one faithful as me. I'm good people in bad lands, no evil live within me. I mind mine, I survive, find this lands for the free. If I'm mistaken, I'm forsaken, no one rescuing me. Residual effects, straight bullets through familiar necks. For any number of infractions that I deem disrespect. Your beliefs, you deserve better, but we both in the shit. You just haven't come to grips with it yet. Fight or flight, and they ain't really nowhere to go. If your back is against the wall and you ain't throwing no blows, you gon' crumble in the rubble, become blood in the snow. If you a victim, they collect them, grab the body and go. Dig them and ditch them, total disregard for the soul. Gas them and lit them, watch the flesh burn in the glow. Where we live and catch a shiver, this a hell you don't know. Your best hope is that your dying ain't slow, or your dying's a show. Where we at, it's every man for his own. A bloody backdrop, where killers just zone and slice flesh to the bone. Masked and gloved up front of your home. A flash of gun, but the side of your dome. Fresh blood from a stone, dents in your sense. Kick your fucking ball through the fence, dare you to say something. No sense in sitting around in suspense. Find out what's next, open your fucking mouth, disrespect. See the extent of how my life is intense. She beautiful and oppressed in a permanent summer dress. She a servant and still she blessed. Children cradled against her breast, whispering prayers, wishing their souls the best, knowing that they forgotten, not forgetting they're blessed. The bloodiest red lights, just piles of dead life. Something must be broken, the glimpse wasn't read right. You think them Bible papers will shed light? Yeah, right. Burn after reading, tell the preacher I'm leaving. Salute, salute, salutes. Welcome back to Shy Ill Reacts. I am your host, Shy Ill, and we are back at it like bad habits on this Monday afternoon. Hope everybody's having a great day. We're gonna hang out for a bit. Salutes to the usual suspects in the building. Salutes to the ghost watchers. Hit the like button, y'all. What is poppin'? What is poppin'? What is poppin'? Salutes to y'all. Right? Long time no see. Well, that's what it feels like, at least. All right? Salutes to y'all. Appreciate y'all for being here today on this Monday afternoon. Hope everybody's having a good day. It's a bright day in Chicago, but it's pretty cold out here. It's going down. Salutes. Appreciate y'all being here. Let's get to the chat real quick. Shout out Ivan. First up, Early. Early bird gets the worm. Salutes Zoraida on the check-in. Appreciate you. Rilo, salutes to you, sir. Salutes Jonathan Pantoja on the check-in. JFL, salutes to you. So my brother, salutes to you. 323G in the building. Big Blanc from the O, salutes. Aquino, appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Salutes to y'all. Right? For those that don't get the notification, please go to the where it says subscribe. That should give you a little drop down menu, right? When it gives you the little drop down menu, hit all so you get all notifications from this channel. And let's see if that helps. All right. I had people asking me in the comments, how to get the notifications. And I'm like, I don't know, man. You gotta argue with YouTube, but if you haven't done that step, then we can't complain on YouTube. So go on, hit that notification bell, and you should get a drop-down menu. It should say all or personalized, and you want to go to all. Salutes. All right? Salutes to Big Sister Sally Correa in the building. Appreciate you. Shout out 030 North on the check-in. Appreciate you for being here, sir. Salutes, man. We hanging out, y'all. We hanging out. Got a couple of things to go through. Right, for those that are not in the Discord gives better notifications. Let me drop the link for the Discord in the chat. All right, if I remember throughout this live stream, I'll be dropping more playlists in there for y'all to check out. Again, I appreciate y'all for being here. Hit the like button if you have yet to subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the notification bell. Take it off personalized. Put it on all. Get all notifications from this channel, so you know when we go live, all right? I appreciate y'all for being here. Let's get it. It was a shit show the other day. We had a live stream. Didn't go so well. Camera kept freezing. I think I've fixed the problem. If for some reason the camera does freeze, expect me to wipe the table and the stream will be over. All right. Salutes to y'all. We're gonna cover a couple of things today. I'm not sure how long we'll go, but I want to cover some El Nini stuff, and I want to cover the Rolling Stone article. At least read through it, get through that, and have that ready to put out as a video. Let's see. We did a test the other day. We did a vertical stream and we did a horizontal stream. Both live streams going at the same time. Believe it or not, the vertical that was janky kept going in and out, but that vertical got more views than the horizontal. Again, I don't want to push the vertical lives until I upgrade the computer and get it a little bit stronger than what it is right now, so that I can handle those things at the same time. Again, I want to be able to handle all streaming services at the same time. Right now, we're only on Kick and YouTube we're only in horizontal. So, but I am recording in vertical so that I can put out those videos for people that like to scroll their phone. It'll be in the shorts feed. All right. So salutes to y'all. Let's see. Any questions or concerns in the chat? Make sure y'all let me know. With that being said, we're going to get it popping, man, and get into it. I'm going to get into this video from a channel called The Club. Disturbing new video during Nini's extradition goes viral, all right? Now, the other day, y'all told me that Nini was crying. And then I did see something after that about Nini crying in the courtroom. But let's see what he's about first, because, you know, I hear a lot about how tough these guys are and how brutal and ruthless they are, and then they all buckle. So is that, you know, that brutal and ruthlessness only comes from a place of power. Take that power away, and they're no different from anybody else, all right? So let's get into this story right here. I fast forward about 3 minutes in, because he gave us a brief history on sicarios and what sicarios do, and I pretty much think we know that. For those that don't know, sicarios are basically cartel hitmen, all right? They are soldiers, all right? Again, most of them disposable, paper plates, can be tossed at any moment. We know that, but so that's the history of, or that's basically what sicarios are. For those that do not know, funny thing is, put out the 2 live streams the other day, vertical and horizontal, and one of them got monetized and the other one didn't. Now explain to me how that makes sense when it was the same stream. Both of them were the same subject matter, the same words, the exact same stream. I don't understand it. It is what it is. Hit the like button, y'all. We going in. Let's get it. Let me hit the record button over here. I want to record from there, and I want to record from here. All right, let's get it.
Before El Nini was arrested, U.S. officials offered a whopping $3 million for information leading to his arrest. This huge sum shows just how important and dangerous they believed him to be. Getting El Nini from Mexico to the U.S. was a complex process. It involved intricate legal and diplomatic maneuvering. The journey started when Mexican authorities, acting on a tip and the promise of a huge reward, arrested El Nini. This arrest was the climax of a relentless hunt that spanned across borders. Once in custody, the extradition process began. This is a complicated procedure governed by treaties and laws between the US and Mexico, united in their fight against drug trafficking and organized crime.
Look at these two dizzy motherfuckers.
Custody, the extradition process began. This is a complicated procedure governed by treaties and laws between the US and...
Look it. This guy doesn't know where he's at, and this guy doesn't want to hear it. Goofies.
Mexico, united in their fight against drug trafficking and organized crime. Agencies like the DEA and their Mexican counterparts worked together to meet all the legal requirements. The arrest and extradition of El Nini has significant implications for both Mexico and the United States. As a leading sicario, El Nini was integral to the violent operations of the Sinaloa cartel. His capture disrupts the cartel's command structure, potentially leading to internal power struggles and increased violence as factions vie for control. In the US, his extradition marks a victory in the ongoing battle against fentanyl trafficking, which has led to countless overdose deaths. El Nini's removal from the streets is seen as a major step in curbing the flow of synthetic opioids. Additionally, his arrest underscores the effectiveness of US-Mexico cooperation in tackling organized crime and highlights the commitment to holding cartel leaders accountable for their brutal tactics and...
So Oakland Leaks has been covering the whole El Nini situation from the beginning. Now, again, Oakland leaks, and you know, there's sides, and every different side has their own agenda and has their own things that they want the people to know. You know what I'm saying? While they want their own skeletons kept in the closet. You know what I'm saying? He did do a video about El Nini and the Chapitos. I wanted to cover that video, but that video he hasn't switched that one to English like he has with the newer videos. I haven't found an English version of that one. From my understanding, and those that know better than me in the chat, y'all can let me know. From my understanding, his theory is basically, and I don't know if it's his theory or if it's fact, but his theory is that Nini was the type of dude that was willing to do anything for the Chapitos, and as far as from what we know, he did do anything for them. And at the end of the day, they sacrificed him. They turned him in. They cut him loose. You know, I hear a lot about loyalty in the comments. Oh, loyalty, and they should have had loyalty, and they should have had loyalty and loyalty. And it's like, loyalty, they're selling each other out. The only thing you got to be loyal to yourself in this situation. The only thing you can do is establish yourself to a position that you can't be giving up. And as we see, there ain't no position like that. Ain't nobody safe in this game. Anybody can be given up by their own. Anybody can be sent off to run ahead of them and get their legs blown out and left behind just for somebody else to come and you know, clean them up and let the other guys get away. Like, this is the game, man. And if y'all don't understand that, I don't know what to tell you. So El Nini seemed to be that loyal soldier, right? That dude that did everything for them. And evidently, from what I'm understanding, is they turned him over. All right? They gave him up. At some point, he unalive somebody that he wasn't supposed to unalive, and they gave him up. So nobody's safe. Miss me with the loyal shit and get that out of your head. If you think there's loyalty in any of this, there's no loyalty in any of this. Stop it.
Drug trafficking operations. Before becoming El Nini, was just another face in the crowd.
Look, he got a Gatorade though. They gave him a Gatorade though.
And drug trafficking operations.
Got some human rights. You know what I mean? Got a little Gatorade bottle. Keep the sugar up, electrolytes up. It's a little dude, huh? Little dude with a big reputation right there.
Becoming El Nini was just another face in the crowd, navigating the dangerous streets of Sinaloa, a state known for its drug trafficking. His rise to power within the Sinaloa cartel was marked by ruthlessness and strategic moves. His name became synonymous with the cartel's violent enforcement. Born into the harsh realities of Mexico's drug trade, El Nini's early life is mostly a mystery. What's known is that his relentless pursuit of power and loyalty to the cartel's cause caught the attention of its leaders. His reputation for brutality and tactical skill quickly elevated him within the cartel's ranks. The Sinaloa Cartel, a global narcotics cause, caught the attention of its leaders. His reputation for brutality and tactical skill quickly elevated him within the cartel's ranks. The Sinaloa Cartel, a global narcotics empire, relies on a complex hierarchy, and individuals like El Nini are crucial to maintaining its dominance. El Nini was notorious for his strategic prowess and unyielding loyalty. His involvement in extreme violence made him a prime target for law enforcement on both sides of the border. El Nini's brutal tactics weren't just about maintaining order within the cartel or dominating rivals. They were about instilling fear. One of the most horrifying examples was El's involvement in the torture of a Mexican federal agent in 2017. For 2 excruciating hours, the agent was subjected to unspeakable pain as a corkscrew was twisted into his muscles, only to be ripped out and replaced with hot chiles in the wounds. This act was a message of terror.
Now, did El Nini let that dude get a Gatorade? He got a Gatorade. We saw that. Feds gave him a Gatorade. But did he give dude that he was corkscrewing, did he give him a Gatorade? Probably not, right? So these guys don't give up these human rights to people, but they want those human rights given back to them. It's crazy to me. It's funny. I'm thirsty.
Reflecting the systemic use of torture and violence under El Nini's command. However, El Nini was not just any normal sicario. He was a security chief that controlled his own violent unit. the Los Ninis and the Los Chapito faction. El Nini was a prominent leader of the faction known as Los Ninis within the Sinaloa cartel. This faction serves as the primary armed wing for Los Chapitos, the sons of Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. The name Nini comes from a Mexican slang term meaning neither nor, used to describe youths who neither work nor study. Originating from Culiacan, Sinaloa, Los Ninis is composed of young, loyal hitmen aged between 20 and 35. These members are exceptionally well trained in urban combat, playing various critical roles within the cartel's operations. Los Ninis undergo military-style training in several areas of combat, including urban warfare, special weapons and tactics, and sniper proficiency. Their primary purpose is to provide security and enforce rules for Los Chapitos, ensuring their dominance within the cartel. They guard the cartel's leaders, oversee drug laboratories, and maintain control over drug trafficking routes. Additionally, they are responsible for executing and torturing those who oppose Los Chapitos. Their activities extend to drug trafficking, extortion, kidnapping, and murder.
Man, those were some ruthless, brutal guys, huh? Pretty ruthless, brutal crew that he had going there. Now, those people, they brutalized it. Those people get Gatorades. He got a Gatorade right here. Right? These guys gave him a Gatorade.
Nini, with his military training and tactical expertise, is a formidable leader of Los Ninis. He is supported by other high-ranking members, such as Jorge Humberto Figueroa Benitez, alias L27, who coordinates the group's fentanyl operations, and Oscar Noe Medina Gonzalez, alias El Panu, who oversees the security of strategic cartel points and coordinates territorial control. Their influence surges after the Culiacanazo, a failed military operation to capture Ovidio Guzman, one of El Chapo's sons. This incident showcases their ability to unleash a wave of violence to protect.
Boom. You get locked up, next thing you know, there's an army coming for you.
Their leaders, leading to increased media attention and better equipment for their operations. Los Ninis have been involved in several high-profile confrontations, most notably a violent clash with Los Rusos, a formidable and aggressive wing of the Sinaloa cartel led by Jesus Alexander Sanchez Felix, also known as El Ruso. This conflict escalated into open warfare, spreading beyond Sinaloa into neighboring states like Sonora and Baja California. The violent power struggle has resulted in numerous casualties and significant instability within the cartel's operations. These turf wars over key drug trafficking routes and control of various criminal enterprises have become a major concern for both Mexican and US authorities, further complicating efforts to combat the cartel's influence. The Los Ninis have also been linked to violent incidents during attempts to capture key cartel figures, further cementing their reputation as a powerful and ruthless force within the Sinaloa cartel. Their main
them guys, even though they don't have their leader no more, right? Even though he's in an American federal prison, it doesn't mean that they haven't replaced him already. There's already somebody probably more ruthless, more hateful, more evil than him that's ready to step in and do his thing, move things forward. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what kind of dents they're putting in the situation out there, but it doesn't seem like much. You know what I mean? Shout out IB on the check-in. Salutes. Jonathan said, I'm wondering why the Mexican government was able to go through with the extradition to the U.S. requested, but when they got a video of one of the Chapo sons, they went to war and let him go eventually. Yeah, they don't have no... you know what I'm saying? They do what they can with what they got. You know what I mean? They ain't give him much last time. And again, if Nini was important enough to them like one of the Chapitos is, and they would have gone to war for him, he would have probably ended up out of there before the extradition ever happened, you know? JFL says supposedly he made a mistake by kidnapping somebody's kid and brought some heat, but who knows? It happens. That's a notorious thing that happens. You bring too much heat, it's a wrap. Hit the like button, y'all. Salutes to y'all that's in here. Tell a friend to tell a friend. We hanging out. Salutes. Jonathan said, I think the video just answered my question. Yes, they're all one and the same. And again, is that part of the angle to where, you know, what Oakland League said, that the Chapitos hung them out there to dry? I don't know. We'll see. All right, let me get this back popping.
main goal, however, is to serve Los Chapitos at any cost. Los Chapitos, led by the sons of Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, Ivan Archibaldo Guzman, Jesus Alfredo Guzman, Joaquin Guzman Lopez, and Ovidio Guzman Lopez, have taken on significant leadership roles since their father's arrest and extradition to the United States. Born into a notorious family, the sons of Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, Ivan, Jesus Alfredo, Joaquin Jr., and Ovidio experienced a life of luxury far removed from their father's humble beginnings as a farmhand in the rugged mountains of Sinaloa. These heirs to the Guzman legacy were set to inherit more than just wealth. They were poised to take over an empire built on the narcotics trade. Los Chapitos' early lives were marked by excess and extravagance. They became minor celebrities on social media, showcasing their opulent lifestyle, complete with pet tigers, high-end sports cars, and even a golden AK-47. Despite their flamboyance, many initially dismissed them as narco brats, more interested in wealth than in the cartel's gritty operations. However, the brothers were not idle. Guided by their father, they began learning the family business from the ground up. Edgar, the eldest, was the first to dive into drug trafficking, forging his own connections. His ambition was cut short in 2008 when he was gunned down in Culiacan amid a brutal internal conflict within
I didn't realize he was the eldest.
the Sinaloa cartel. Edgar's death was a turning point for his brothers. Ivan, the eldest remaining son, stepped up to lead, with Jesus Alfredo, Joaquin Jr., and Ovidio following closely. Determined to prove their worth, they transitioned from being the privileged sons of El Chapo to becoming key figures within the cartel. Navigating the dangerous world of cartel politics, the brothers faced skepticism and rivalry. They contended with those who doubted their capabilities and questioned their right to inherit their father's empire. Undeterred, they took on significant roles within the Sinaloa cartel, leveraging their father's name and resources to expand their influence. As the new leaders of the Sinaloa cartel, Los Chapitos changed their strategy in a big way. They moved away from traditional drugs like cocaine and heroin and focused on synthetic opioids, especially fentanyl. This shift had major consequences for both their business and the opioid crisis in the United States. Fentanyl is cheaper to make, offers higher profits, and is
And what happened to all the other powder? What happened to all the other products that they had? You just left that by the wayside? Did Mayo continue to deal with that? Did everybody else continue to deal with that, but not y'all? What happened to the brocaine? Where'd it go?
so potent that it can be transported in smaller, easier to hide amounts. To take advantage of this, they set up a network of super labs across Sinaloa, turning the cartel into a major producer. These secret labs, hidden in the Sinaloa countryside, became the center of their fentanyl empire. The brothers smuggled chemicals from China to make fentanyl, using the global supply chain to support their production. The labs worked efficiently, producing large amounts of fentanyl-laced pills and pure fentanyl powder
Bro, how many times you gonna say that word? Damn.
that ended up on American streets. This shift made the Sinaloa cartel a primary manufacturer, controlling the entire supply chain from production to distribution. However, gaining control also meant dealing with disagreements within the group. The brothers faced resistance from within the cartel, particularly from Damaso Lopez, El Chapo's former right-hand man. This rivalry led to a brutal power struggle, with Los Chapitos leveraging their financial resources to outmaneuver Lopez's faction. Their tactics were not just economic, but also violent. In 2017, following their father's extradition, they allegedly orchestrated the killings of 13 Sinaloan police officers believed to be on Lopez's payroll. Such acts of brutality underscored the new, even more ruthless order within the cartel.
Now here's my question. I want to do more looking into El Licenciador, Minileak's father. I want to look more into him, because if he was just a guard that Chapo turned out then, it's like, so they're new money, they're new to the game, 20, 30 year type situation. And I want to look more into that family tie between the two of them, because it turned into a beef. You know what I'm saying? It definitely turned into a beef between the Chapitos and Minileak, and everybody has their side of the story. You know what I mean? Ivy said they let him go the first time, but then they came in there last year. They definitely did not let him go the second time. Facts. Luis Chaparro did that whole story about going into the house afterwards. I did see that. And having his mom and the lawyers outside telling them to leave. Seemed like they had been partying all weekend and the military came. Yeah, it was stranger than fiction, that whole situation. We can look into that video one day too. I remember watching that video. Early in the morning, I believe, with helicopters on the ground. Yeah, there was bullet holes everywhere. And Nini, if I understood, is underneath Ovidio, so Nini is free game and replaceable, unlike the children of Chapo, kind of like Vicente with El Mayo. Right. No loyalty for him. Throwaway. The new F word, the ultimate boogeyman. Bring back Raw H already. Yeah, no shit. And the hip hop guru in the building. Salutes to you, sir. Appreciate you being here. Let's get it.
The rise of Los Chapitos in the Sinaloa cartel and their move into fentanyl trafficking caught the attention of law enforcement and politicians in both the US and Mexico. As their influence grew, so did the response from international authorities. The DEA, led by Ann Milgram, labeled the brothers as major players in fentanyl production and trafficking, calling it the deadliest drug threat the US has faced. The US Treasury sanctioned the brothers, targeting their financial networks. Indictments in multiple jurisdictions highlighted the Los Chapitos operations, showing how an $800 investment in precursor chemicals could yield $640,000 in profits. The U.S. state
$800. That's why they, why we always ask, why are they taking out their own customer base? Well, because it's an $800 investment yielding
in precursor chemicals could yield Los Chapitos operations, showing how an $800 investment in precursor chemicals could yield $640,000 in profit.
What? $640,000 in profit off an $800 precursor investment. Yeah, now I get it. Chemistry, huh? Shit.
The U.S. State Department even offered up to $10 million bounties for information leading to their capture, highlighting the serious threat the cartel's fentanyl operations posed. In Mexico, the response was more complex, influenced by the political landscape and President Andrés Manuel López Obrador's administration. Upon taking office in December 2018, López Obrador introduced a strategy that shifted from the aggressive anti-narcotics policies of his predecessors. His approach, abrazos, no balazos, or hugs, not bullets, focused on social programs to address crime and violence. However, this strategy faced significant criticism as homicides remained alarmingly high and the production and smuggling of drugs, especially fentanyl, continued unabated. The limitations of this softer stance became glaringly evident during the attempted capture of Ovidio Guzman in 2019.
That's that softer stance right there. They got a hold of Buddy.
In October 2019, Mexican security forces attempted to apprehend Ovidio.
They were like, we got him. Ed Calderon said they accidentally got him, that they went to get somebody and they didn't realize that they was getting Ovidio
Guzman, the youngest son of El Chapo, in Culiacan, Sinaloa. The operation quickly spiraled out of control. As soon as Ovidio was detained, the Sinaloa cartel launched a violent counterattack that turned the city into a war zone. Cartel members flooded the streets, setting vehicles on fire, blocking roads, and engaging in fierce gunfights with the military. The situation escalated so rapidly that it posed a serious threat to civilians and law enforcement alike. In a shocking turn of events, President López Obrador made the controversial decision to order Ovidio's...
Oh, he actually made a decision? He didn't go up there like he did when they were asking about those 5 kids that were snatched up by the cartel, and they were asking him for some kind of update, and he was pretending like he couldn't hear them. He didn't do that. He didn't do that in this situation.
Released rapidly that it posed a serious threat to civilians and law enforcement alike. In a shocking turn of events, President López Obrador made...
Politicians are so full of shit.
...the controversial decision to order Ovidio's release to prevent further bloodshed. This move was widely seen as a significant retreat by the Mexican government. On January 5th, 2023, law enforcement made another bold move. After 6 months of intense surveillance, aided by U.S. officials, they captured Ovidio Guzman López once more. At dawn, Mexican security forces swooped in, quickly detaining Ovidio in Culiacan. This time, the government's swift action triggered a fierce response from Los Ninis. Los Ninis set up roadblocks using burning vehicles, turning the street... They captured Ovidio Guzman López once more. Of intense surveillance, aided by U.S. official enforcement, made another bold move. After 6 months to prevent further blood, posed a serious threat to civilians and law enforcement alike. In a shocking turn of events, President López Obrador made the controversial decision to order Ovidio's release to to prevent further bloodshed. This move was widely seen as a significant retreat by the Mexican government. On January 5, 2023, law enforcement made another bold move. After 6 months of intense surveillance, aided by US officials, they captured Ovidio Guzman Lopez once more. At dawn, Mexican security forces swooped in, quickly detaining Ovidio in Culiacan. This time,
that was the second time. They just used the same footage as the first time. Okay. So that was the second time. The time that they got him where he's there still now.
The government's swift action triggered a fierce response from Los Ninis. Los Ninis set up roadblocks using burning vehicles, turning the streets of Culiacan into a battlefield. They launched brazen attacks on the city's airport, hitting at least 2 planes with gunfire. This chaos led to over 100 flight cancellations, disrupting air travel and causing widespread panic.
Look at that, man. People are
led to over 100 flight cancellations,
disrupting everything's safe until you the guy on this plane, and you like, you're getting on a plane, you thinking plane, everything's safe, ain't even major no streets right here. No, now you got dudes running through the fence, coming in there and getting it on with each other, and you in the middle of a crossfire, you sitting in the airplane minding your business. Crazy, under siege, man.
Air travel and causing widespread panic. The violence escalated further as 2 Mexican Air Force aircraft were forced to make emergency landings after being hit by gunfire, showcasing the cartel's willingness to directly confront military forces. Throughout the operation, Culiacan was essentially shut down. Social media buzzed with videos of burning buses blocking roads and residents being told to stay indoors. Fear spread as shops were looted and gunfire echoed through the streets. Schools across Sinaloa closed, highlighting the operation's profound impact on daily life. In the intense clashes that followed, 10 soldiers and 19 cartel members were killed, while 35 military personnel were injured and 21 cartel gunmen were arrested. Instead of backing down, the Mexican government took decisive action against the cartel. They confronted the Los Ninis head-on and refused to yield to their violent tactics. Ovidio was swiftly extracted by helicopter, flown to Mexico City, and then taken to a maximum security federal prison. This operation thwarted the cartel's rescue attempts and demonstrated the government's determination to assert control and combat organized crime effectively. Did
the Chapitos look at it like that was a failed mission? You failed, Nini. You were supposed to get Buddy out of here. You failed. They got Buddy to Mexico City and they extradited him. You failed. It's time for you to bite the bullet.
In the aftermath, security measures were heightened with an additional 1,000 troops sent to Sinaloa to restore order. Ovidio's arrest was a significant win for law enforcement, but it underscored the dangerous landscape they navigate. By January 13th...
And think about it, they're arresting people, they're unaliving people out there. There's no lack of paper plate. There's no lack of disposable soldier that's willing to go out there for 8 pesos and put it on the line. It's crazy.
Dan Augusto Lopez Hernandez, the Mexican Secretary of the Interior, declared that order had been restored in Sinaloa, marking a key moment in the government's efforts to reassert control. The site of Jesus Maria, where Guzman was arrested, had become a symbol of the government's victory over the cartel's uprising. With Guzman in custody, US prosecutors are laser-focused on dismantling the rest of Los Chapitos. Taking down these leaders would strike a major blow to the Sinaloa cartel, a criminal organization that has plagued the US for decades.
So at that point, I'm hoping to understand, at that point, was Ovidio the only one that they had custody of?
The Sinaloa Cartel. The origins of the Sinaloa Cartel, a name that has become synonymous with the modern drug trade, trace back to Mexico's Pacific coast in the late 1960s. Here, Pedro Avilés Perez, often hailed as the godfather of Mexican drug trafficking, laid the groundwork for what would become a sprawling narcotics empire. Avilés Perez revolutionized drug smuggling by using small aircraft to transport marijuana into the United States, a move that drastically increased the scale and efficiency of the operation. By the 1970s, the drug trade had grown more sophisticated. The Guadalajara cartel emerged as the dominant force under the leadership of Miguel. The
Guadalajara was nasty though. It's pretty sick.
A cartel emerged as the dominant force under the leadership of Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo, known as El Padrino, or the Godfather. This cartel expanded its operations to include opium poppies, the raw material for heroin, and maintained tight control over drug trafficking routes along the US border, wielding significant influence across Mexico. However, the arrest of Felix Gallardo in 1989 disrupted the fragile peace among Mexico's drug lords. The Guadalajara cartel splintered into various factions, factions, each vying for control over the lucrative drug routes. One of these factions was the Sinaloa Cartel, led by a new generation of traffickers, including Joaquin El Chapo Guzman and Ismael El Mayo Zambada. These leaders would go on to shape the cartel's destiny, creating a legacy that endures to this day. The Sinaloa Cartel's rise was marked by bloodshed and conflict. They engaged in brutal wars with rival cartels such as the Tijuana and Juarez cartels and faced relentless production areas. For methamphetamine operations, they get into states. Most of this cocaine comes from Colombia, the world's top producer. The cartel has a strong presence in Colombia, where they've started moving operations to remote areas of cells that keep network on both sides of the border. Despite these efforts, the cartel continues to innovate, using sophisticated methods. Multiple law enforcement agencies. Initiatives like Project Reckoning and Operation Accelerator have led to hundreds of arrests and significant drug seizures, targeting the cartel's network on both sides of the border. Despite these efforts, the cartel continues to innovate, using sophisticated methods such as underground tunnels, drones, and disguised vehicles to smuggle drugs into the US. The relationship between the US and Mexico has been strained due to differing approaches to the drug crisis. While the US focuses on dismantling the drug trafficking networks, Mexico's government has been criticized for not fully acknowledging the scale of the fentanyl crisis. However, this internal conflict has made it difficult to work together against the powerful criminal networks trafficking synthetic opioids. The lack of unity has weakened efforts to combat these dangerous organizations effectively. In response to the ongoing crisis, both countries have sought to enhance cooperation. The DEA, for instance, works closely with vetted Mexican law enforcement units to gather intelligence and conduct joint operations. Remain intact. While
these dudes just be lengthening these videos for no reason and shit. Like, we was here for a subject. We was there for Nini. All right, we got what we wanted out that video for Nini. Now, again, we haven't heard yet. I wish there was an English version, but we're gonna go with this English translation of this Oakland Leaks video. It says, part 1, Nini extradited. How is his life in prison? Again, a lot of people think that Oakland Leaks is Mini Leak. I don't know that. I don't think y'all know that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can assume he's a masked man. That's for now. People that would know him or people that are more familiar with you know, how a person moves, talks, whatever, might know that. But it is clear that whoever Oakland is, he has his own side of this whole thing. You know what I'm saying? He has his own agenda. Same as Camilo Ochoa has his own agenda. But he did do a video, like I said before, he did a video about how El Nini ended up on the outs or in U.S. custody, and supposedly it was from the Chapitos giving him up, right? So let's see what Oakland Leaks has to say. This is an English translation that he's been doing on this channel. It might throw you off for a bit. To me, sometimes it sounds a little bit cheesy. You know, that he could have done better. But it is what it is. Let's get it.
Going, friend. How's it going, friends?
Damn.
Sorry for not posting anything about this event, but it was over the weekend and I got really drunk. Honestly, still feeling hungover, but, well, gotta work. And don't get me wrong, please. It's not that I was celebrating at all, what some of you might consider a misfortune for Nini. No, none of that. If not, quite the opposite. Because now he has switched teams. I know nobody asked for my opinion. Because you see, others are saying that people are asking them to talk about the extradition of Nini. You see the kind of hallucinations there are. But anyway, I want to contribute some...
I don't know what we're losing in the translation, because it sounds like we're losing something. There's just shit that don't make sense there. He's not getting the humor. Real quick, let's get in the chat before we get started with that. IB said, whoever would have thought that bringing back dope would be an actual improvement in national health and security. Salutes. My roommate got sent home the other day from having a tumor removed with no pain medication because of this stuff. What? Hold on. I'm going to keep it going. Ivan said the F is so bad, but it seems like it's still selling like hot pancakes. Hot pancakes, man. There's no crash dummy. There's no lack of crash dummies, dog. They're everywhere. There's no lack of crash dummies that are willing to, for 8 pesos, go the extra mile and end up unalived in a blaze of glory, if that's what you want to call it, in a blaze of infamy. There's no lack of those, and there's no lack of addicted crash dummies in Chicago for something like the F word. Big Blanc said, "Ivy, you saying they had nothing to give him because he was used to doing the F?" Thank you, Omar, for clarifying. He said, "Not many people know, but when Ovidio was being arrested the first time, next to him was El Panu. He was also in the U.S. Most Wanted list." Shout out Headstone Restoration on the check-in. Salutes to you. Hector Ramirez on the check-in. Salutes to you. Zoraida, that voice is wild, ain't it? Mini League should just take that mask off. This is new to say the least. I'm sure a lot. Also, I lost the context. Sorry. This is you sure that we're losing stuff from translation? Yeah, I think so. Let's give it a shot though. We're gonna see. We're gonna see how this works. This is new to say the least. I might have to start writing my own translations. So as I said, I'm gonna have to send him a message. He needs help with his translations. Yep, sure does. Sure does. All right, let's get it. We going back.
Something about this topic, so they're asking them to talk about the extradition of Nini. You see the kind of hallucinations there are. But anyway, I want to contribute something about this topic so you're a bit more informed. As you already know, on Saturday, May 25th, Commander Nini, the terror of Culiacan, was extradited. It was a very quick extradition. As always, true to his nickname of the Fast One, we couldn't expect less from the commander, since he was only in prison in Mexico for 185 days and then never again. I mean, it only lasted about 6 months. That day, they took him out of the Altiplano prison very early to take him to the airport, where DEA agents and a group of...
What took 6 months? Hold on.
Again. I mean... 180 ways, true to his nickname of the Fast One, we couldn't expect less from the commander, since he was only in prison in Mexico for 185 days and then never again. I mean, it only lasted about 6 months. That day, they took him out of the Altiplano prison very early to take him to the airport, where DEA agents and a group of marshals were waiting for him. From the United States Marshals Service, Mexican agents handed over Nestor Isidro Perez Salas to the American agents. The first thing they did was read him his Miranda rights, are a set of warnings that law enforcement officers in the United States must provide to someone at the time of arrest. What we've all seen in movies, basically.
I wonder when they picked this AI voice, like, what was the tag? What did it say? You know what I'm saying? New Yorker, or what they was trying to get at with the voice.
These are exactly the Miranda rights, you guys. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you. The flight from Mexico to New York lasted about just over 5 hours aboard a Falcon plane. Nini left the Altiplano wearing his beige...
Every now and then the voice goes off into its wrestling thing. 5 hours.
...prisoner uniform, as you can see in this photo. Very good.
There we go.
Form, as you can
this
see...
Guy got pictures and shit. Look like he gained some weight. Look like they've been feeding you good. Looks like they haven't been mistreating you. Looks like that level of karma hasn't come for you. Because I'm sure you mistreated many a person.
In this photo. Very good. Well, Just as I told you about 3 months ago, journalist Luis Chaparro published the photo of our commander Nini just processed into the Marshall system, just like he did with Ratoncito, the same. He published it on his Saga website, that he communicated with some agents who were present during Nini's transfer. Nini made some statements and appeared angry and worried. But hey, first things first, let me say to ignore some really silly things said about the photo. From the one I just showed you that Nini had a lost look. Please, don't turn this into a novela. You only missed to say that he also had a broken heart. Here's the picture I'm telling you about. But anyway, let's move on to what the...
See, we're losing the sarcasm in the translation. We're losing the things that only a human is able to give you. You know? Yeah.
Agent who talked with Nini said. He says that Commander 09 revealed some words about the Culiacanazo, which happened in 2019. We won the Culiacanazo, we had everything under control, and everything was operating. Great times, exactly. Times that will never come back. And another thing that our friend Nini said, that everything he has, he owes to the Chapitos. And after that, he showed them the tattoo on his leg with the initials IAG, a test of his loyalty. I didn't know a tattoo. It shows high esteem if I know of thousands and thousands of couples who tattoo their partner's name on themselves. And they commit to forever together, for life. And the next day, they're off flying high with other people. How ignorant to say that because of a tattoo. So, just because Nini has a tattoo as proof of his loyalty, that means he won't talk about his bosses. But well, speaking of them, honestly, I am a bit jealous and bitter. Archie pocketed $3 million in reward from Nini. If I had received it, believe me, that I wouldn't even charge subscriptions. Well, we must continue with what Nini said and what is clear to me. That they are words from Nini. The only thing missing was having a corrido talking about his extradition. Poor guy. You can really tell he has the HPD condition. Signals that he hasn't realized the problem he is in. Hey, Kat, I'm Zamarin, and Zamara returned ever to getting the Smav written about a frame, but well, we already checked that with what PUE released recently, where you can hear Nini crying, but for those who haven't heard it here, it is.
¿Qué dice, compadre Piyuy? Primero que nada, le quiero decir que lo quiero mucho y le mando un abrazo desde aquí en el Altiplano, Estado de México, y arriba el jefe Chapo Guzmán.
So there's a criminal in the comments somewhere that's going to be mad at me right now because I'm going to say, fuck this guy's tears. You know what I'm saying? Because when you torturing people and you hurting people and you oppressing people, there's no tears. The moment you're in cuffs, still alive, nobody torturing, nobody slapping you, nobody corkscrewing you, you crying like a bitch. And then I'm supposed, because I didn't choose that life, I'm supposed to shut the fuck up about my judgment about him. Man, fuck these guys, man.
Y también el jefe iban archivando hasta la muerte. Que les quede claro que hay 19 ni para rato y la camisa no me la quito nunca porque esa camisa de los Guzmán me la tatué hace 14 años y es para siempre. Saludos y échenle ganas, mi grupo Cartel.
He's crying. He's telling them boys, I'm not going to talk.
Now, it's time to do...
I was able to talk who haven't heard it here, it is.
Before anything, I want to tell you I love you. I send you a hug. He said, you know, the top guys, Archibaldo and Chapo, until death. He's basically saying, I'm never going to take off my, step off my duties. I'm never going to take off my loyalty, take off my shirt. Just like the tattoo's been there all these years, I'm loyal to y'all. I guess that's what 14 years I've had that tattoo.
I was able to talk to one of the agents who transferred him from the airport to the Brooklyn prison. and he told me this. He was treated like any other dangerous prisoner. Hands cuffed, tied at the waist, and also his ankles tied. He was sitting in the van, handcuffed. Surrounded by agents, his gaze was a mix of worry and uncertainty, with eyes constantly shifting back and forth, as if trying to process his new reality. Its face was tense and jaw clenched. I guess it was fear trying to hide. Often he would lick his dry lips and swallow. His hands weren't shaking, but they were clasped together tightly. At some point, he forced a smile, but his anxious eyes betrayed him. I didn't chat with him, but he looked uncomfortable. Well, friends, that's the description of the Nini on the way from the airport to the prison. Here I'll show you some images of an example of how he was tied up.
That's it. Got the box.
Well, I've heard many things from my Culiacan friends. There's a lot of uncertainty about Nini's extradition. And I've also heard that in Culiacan, they say it's a strategy by their bosses, so that he takes all the blame. Regarding the Fanta issue and those who he resigned. So they are cleared in that aspect, and also for Ovidio to do much better. Well, let me explain that it's complete nonsense since the United States judicial system doesn't work that way. Imagine if it worked like that, the big Posca. They'll pay him a tramp. For him to go and present himself and say that he is guilty of everything and don't blame them for anything. That's a lie. So please, that's not the case, not at all. He is accused of something, just as every accused person has their charges and no one can take the blame for another. Let that be clear to you. And the uncertainty in Culiacan, well, yes, they must be feeling it, because they know what's going to happen. Let's not play the fool. And more so because, look, I suspect something, I can't assure you, but I have a slight suspicion that the Nini was the one who asked for his quick extradition. Let me clarify, I can't confirm it to you, but later on, that will be known.
Nini said, you gotta get me out of here, bro, right now. All right, let's get in the chat real quick. Mr. Tighten Up himself, Go Bucks. El Mago the Magician was killed the day after he was captured. Yes, he was. Our Prophet covered that. Maybe we'll cover that sometime this week. All right, maybe we'll cover some chomo hunting. Who knows, Go Bucks? It'll be at my discretion. JFL, yeah, JFL. She said go and get in that dictionary, boy. Jonathan says, it just me or is the voice and mask combination that doesn't add up that makes it hilarious? Yeah, I'm expecting some dude in a deli in New York, not the dude in the mask right there. You might be onto something. JFL said, I think it's Donald Trump under the mask. You might be onto something right there. Omar said, the Oakland leaks are 100% better in Spanish. Losing a lot in the English. Losing a lot of sarcasm, losing a lot of irony, losing a lot in there. Anyhow, people think it's mini leak because he adds insults or smart-ass remarks when he talks about Chapo and the Nini. He's not neutral, basically. Yes, no, you can... The biasness has been evident since the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Again, which is why I always offer up the platform to the other side. You know what I'm saying? Because there might be somebody screaming at their screen talking about, nope, dude is lying. Well, cool, then come on this platform and tell me what dude's lying about, right? Salute, Shia, salute my dude, salute to you, Jonathan, I appreciate you, sir. 323 said, you think he was just saying that to make sure they don't go after him in case he's giving intel? Absolutely. He's not gonna get on the tape and say, I love, he's not gonna get on the tape and say, I'm telling them everything. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling them everything. You know what I mean? He's not doing that. He's saying, I love you. This tattoo's real. You know? I'm not a thief. You know? He's telling them something.
Well, I'm going to show what United States President Joe Biden declared when the arrest of El Nini took place. I want to thank President Lopez Obrador, the Army, and the Mexican Special Forces for effectively capturing El Nini and express our gratitude for the brave men and women of the Mexican security forces who carried out this successful operation to arrest him. Our two countries are safer with him behind bars and facing justice for his crimes. These arrests are proof of the commitment between the United States and Mexico to protect our communities against violence, to counter the cartels and put an end to the scourge of illicit fentanyl that is affecting so many families. Now, I'm going to introduce what President Joe Biden said about Nini's extradition. The United States has accused him of playing a role in illegal fentanyl trafficking and for resigning, torturing, and kidnapping numerous rivals, witnesses, and others. This is a good day for justice. I am grateful to the Mexican president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, his decision to extradite this dangerous criminal. Our government, they will continue working together to tackle the fentanyl and synthetic drug epidemic that's killing so many people in our countries and around the world. Well, you've seen it, and we have to accept it. It's an important event, and I want to ask you a favor. I want that from now on. Stop talking bad about Nini, because he's no longer part of all that mess he used to hang around with. Apparently, is now proudly part of the Stars team. I no longer want you refer to him as 09. Now his new code is Snitch 9. But let's talk a bit more about where S9 is at.
Oh, we were supposed to laugh at that? We would never get that from the translation.
Well, he is currently detained at the MDC in Brooklyn. That's the Metropolitan Detention Center, and please do not make things up. Like the Pocho was there. The Pocho was in the MCC of Manhattan, which is the Metropolitan Correctional Center. Here I am going to show you the picture of where S9 is right now.
Well, it's time to find a new apartment on Zillow.
Good luck.
Huh. These are all...
Upon arrival, they conducted his physical examination, checked him, took notes and photos of all his tattoos, as well as pictures and fingerprints of him. And they placed him into the SA, which is the pictures and fingerprints of him. And they placed him into the SA.
What the fuck is that say doing?
Which is the pictures and fingerprints of him. And they placed him into the SA, which is the special housing unit. He is in a room just for him of about 6 feet by 9 feet, where it has its bed, its toilet, which also serves as a sink and as a source of drinking water. It also features a small seat and a table built into the wall. It has a small walking space of almost 2 meters long. Its good amenities, I think, better than the suite he shared with Marquito Toys. But that's another story. I'm going to show you a picture of a cell, kinda like the one he's in.
Yeah, that's Epstein's cell, bro. Or supposedly Epstein's cell, bro. That's that picture.
Okay, now I'm going to tell you the menu of what he'll be eating every day. At 6 in the morning,
I don't give a
he'll
shit.
get his milk and cereal with a small piece of bread and a fruit. Every morning it will be the same. At noon, around 11 in the morning, he will receive his meal. That's how it is. It changes every day. For example, on Mondays, he'll have what's called chili bean. What is beans with pieces of meat and rice? On Tuesdays, breaded chicken burger. On Wednesdays, beef burger. On Thursdays, roasted chicken. The Friday fish burger. And Saturdays and Sundays, egg with potato and dinner. Will receive at 4 in the afternoon. Those will vary. he will be locked up 24 hours a day without sunlight, since it will never go out to the patio or anything like that. At most, they will put it in a cage of 5 feet by 5 feet, and that is literally a cage. And it's right there inside the unit where he is. He will be able to shower 3 times a week. And don't worry, in the United States, they don't have to shave their heads. He can keep his hair and beard however he wants. Once a week, he will be able to buy items for his hygiene like soap and such, but unfortunately, he won't be able to have a radio to listen to music, since they have been banned in living units since 2019. Special housing, because with the headphone cable, Jeffrey Epstein hanged himself, and since then they were banned. But the good part, they're going to start selling him envelopes and postage stamps so he can write letters to his wife, his kids, to Marquitos, to Piyuyi. I hope Piyuyi writes him a new song about the extradition. I won't drink until...
There's a lot of songs about that dude. There's a lot of songs about El Nini. All right? Is everybody gonna... If he cooperates, which it seems like that's what's happening, are these songs still gonna hold that weight? You guys are still gonna be like, yeah, play the Nini song. It's my hero.
that corrido composed by S9 himself comes out. Right on. For all the fans and people who want to send letters here, I'm going to show you what you need to do and the address, what you'll have to put to send him a letter. This is the information. You need to write it in the middle part of the envelope. Very well, then. I don't know if there's anything else you want to know. You already know it. Leave it in the comments if you want to know something else. The S9 made its first court appearance on Tuesday, May 28. Appeared before the judge, Ona Tiwang, who read the charges to him and set a court date for May 30th at 3 in the afternoon New York time. S9 faces 2 indictments in 2 different districts. The first indictment was filed in the District of Columbia by the section of the Drug Crime Division, WTSOR, where S9 is accused of exporting cocaine and methamphetamine, firearm offenses, and conspiracy to obstruct justice through murders. And the second was filed in the Southern District of New York.
We got that. We're going to do a paperwork party on all of that, because we got all of that. Let's get in the chat real quick. Salutes. So let's say, yeah, like Omar Carranza, I've heard him in Spanish, and this is hilarious. I mean, there's a way to do it better, all right? Just know that I know that there's a way to do it better, right? Salutes. Yeah, F him in his tears. 100% agree with you. Like, come on, man, go on with your tears, dog. Go on with your give me some Gatorade. I want to hear that shit. Filthy. Salutes Chucky Chingong on the check-in. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you for being here. Ed said Big Ed ain't bumping no Nini corridos, man. Game is full of clowns. You ain't bumping that no Nini corridos, huh? It's a whole bunch of them. I looked it up. It's a whole bunch of them. But I don't know if they're gonna be bumping that still. You know, buddy a rat now. He telling now. Are they still gonna bump his corridos? Now that he's telling, are they still gonna bump his corridos at the barbecue and tell the legends of El Nini? He did so many good things for the community. Name one. Name one. We got brainwashed into thinking that these people were for the people. These people are not for the people. You know what I mean? Criminals are for themselves. They're not for the people. Criminals in that sense. Oppressors. You know, dictatorships.
Is accused of leading a continuous criminal enterprise that resulted in the deaths of several people. Victims, including a confidential DEA source, fentanyl importation and trafficking, obstruction of justice for the murder and kidnapping of informant that resulted in the death of 8 people, including a minor child, and firearms and money laundering crimes. Now I'm going to explain what the U.S. Attorney General says about this character. S9 is one of the main leaders of the security apparatus of the Chapitos. Under Nini's direction, the Chapitos' armed executors, known as hitmen, they have used rampant violence to protect the Chapitos' operation and demolish businesses, capture and dispute territory, intimidate civilians, and attack and
We
murder.
might as well read it ourselves in my own voice, all right? Let me pull this up real quick. Chucky said, just came back from Nogales. It's a shit show. Migrants are camping out in tents at the border to get in. Looks like a homeless camp. Shake my head. I think every state's downtown. Go downtown. Go to the police station. It's tents outside. It's just, this is America. I don't know what's happening. All right, let me look up this paperwork real quick. This is the sealed indictment. And this is the superseding indictment. All right, we'll start with the superseding indictment. Because the other one's like 65 pages, but I'm sure it repeats itself, so I'm gonna boom. Do that. Probably should have let him read it. Well, let me see how far he goes too, real quick. Even though I got this keyed up. Salutes Rilo on the check-in. Salutes Velez on the check-in. Appreciate you. Okay, let's just go. All right. United States District Court, Southern District of New York. Let's get it. United States of America versus Nestor Isidro Perez Salas, a.k.a. Nini, a.k.a. 19. Count 1. Continual criminal enterprise. The grand jury charges. 1. From at least in or about 2014 up to and including on or about the date of the filing of this superseding indictment in the Northern District of New York, Mexico, and elsewhere, and in an offense begun and committed out of the jurisdiction of any particular state or district, Nestor, aka Nini, aka 19, the defendant, and others known or unknown, at least one of whom has been first brought to and arrested in the Southern District of New York, engaged in a continuing criminal enterprise. In that Perez Salas knowingly and intentionally participated in a continuing series of violations of Title 21, U.S. State Code, Chapter 13, Subchapters 1 and 2, including, among other violations, 1 through 5 set forth below, undertaken by Perez Salas in concert with 5 and more persons, with respect to whom Perez Salas was one of several principal administrators, organizers, and leaders of the continuing criminal enterprise, and where the violations involved at least 300 times the quantity of mixtures and substances containing a detectable amount of F described in Title 21, and resulted in the continuing criminal enterprise receiving 10 million and more in gross receipts during a 12-month period of its existence for the manufacture, importation, and distribution of F. Violation 1. 2. From at least in about 2014 up to the present, El Nini and the defendants and others known and unknown agreed together with each other to import a controlled substance into the United States and into the customs territory of the United States from a place outside thereof, manufacture, distribute, and possess with intent to distribute a controlled substance, intending, knowing, and having reasonable cause to believe that such substance would be unlawfully imported into the United States and into waters within a distance of 12 miles of the coast of the United States, and manufacture, distribute, and possess with intent to distribute a controlled substance on board an aircraft registered in the United States, which controlled substance was 400 grams and more of mixtures and substances containing a detectable amount of F. From at least or about 2014, and Nini and others known and unknown agreed together and with each other to distribute with intent to distribute 400 grams and more of mixtures. See, I'm looking at grams, but grams in F, that's a bomb. That's a tidal wave. You know what I'm saying? Hit the like button, y'all. So yeah, 400 grams and more of mixtures and substances contained a detectable amount of F. Violation 3, and Nini knowingly to distribute a controlled substance to wit approximately 2.2 kilos of mixtures and substances containing a detectable amount of fent. Violation 4, 3 kilos of mixtures and substances containing a detectable amount of fent. Violation 5, 2 counts. The defendant, while engaged and in working in furtherance of the continual criminal enterprise, and while engaged in one or more offenses punishable under Title 21, namely the crimes charged in counts 2 and 3 of this superseding indictment, intentionally and knowingly unalived and counseled, commanded, induced, procured, and caused the intentional unaliving of one or more persons, namely Alexander Meza Leon, Herman Alexis Beltran Gutierrez, Jesus Alberto Chávez Beltrán, Alberto León Mendoza, Joel Alejandro León Valenzuela, Alexis Alberto Mesa León, Abel Ruiz Beltran, and Kevin Ali Sarmiento Zavala. And such unaliving did result, and did aid and abet the same in violation of Title 21. Okay? It's a whole lot of letters and numbers. Salutes. All right? Count 2. The grand jury further charges that Nini knowingly and intentionally combined, conspired, confederated, and agreed together and with each other to violate the narcotic laws of the United States. It was a part and an object of the conspiracy that Nini, the defendant, would import into the United States and into customs territory of the United States from a place outside thereof a controlled substance in violation of Title 21. Nini would also manufacture, distribute, and possess with intent to distribute a controlled substance, intending, knowing, and having reasonable cause to believe that such substance would be unlawfully imported into the United States and into waters within a distance of 12 miles. He also manufactured, distributed, possessed the controlled substance that. So they got him on a bunch of dope and unalivings. The defendants conspired to import, same old deal, 400 grams. Count 3, I don't know how lawyers do it. From at least in about 2014. Let's see. This is all the same shit. You would think I would have stopped an hour ago. And then he needs some milk. He needs some milk. Get that boy some milk. He's having a bad day. Let's see if I find it. It's all the same shit. Every count. Every count. Same deal. Same deal. Same deal. Dope. Defendant unalived and attempted to unalive another person with intent to retaliate against the person for the attendance of a witness or party of an official proceeding and testimony given a record, document, and other object produced by a witness in an official proceeding. So it was witness tampering and unaliving. Yeah, they got him on a whole bunch of shit. They turned him over. I want to understand how they caught him, though. They caught him on a rooftop. All right, so they got the informant one. Let me see. Yeah, unaliving informants, a couple counts. And this one is snatching resulting in unaliving. And Nini knowingly and unlawfully seized, confined, inveigled, decoyed, snatched, abducted, and carried away and held for ransom and reward, in other words, a person, and aided and abetted the same, resulting in unaliving. So he just done horrible shit, bro. And then it needs some milk. All right? Let's put it in the chat. Is he gonna stand tall? I'm gonna put the poll up. Is he gonna stand tall? Will El Nini stay quiet or rat out the chapitos? Boom. Wait. Oh, I added one. I didn't want to do that. How do I clear this shit? Did I do it again? I did it twice. There we go. Boom. Start poll. Start poll. Here we go. Close that. Salutes Rilo on the check-in. Well, on the return. Salutes to you, sir. Vicente said, I'd rather read the CC than to listen to the voice over they chose to use. Man, no shit. Nini singing already? I don't know. Is he? Let me know in the poll, Velez. I don't know. That's what they saying. He said he's not gonna. Salutes Ian on the check-in. Ivan said more like Ed Nene. He needs some milk. Get that boy some milk. See, I don't have that up here. I need to get the milk. Get that boy some milk drop. Right now, all we hear from him is... That's it. That's all we hear from coming from the courthouse. Chucky said they say he already made a deal, but didn't want it to look like that. That's why it was so easy to grab him with no security or nothing. Quite possible. Who knows? Ed said the government already knows everything. Absolutely. They always do. Also say he hitting all the notes. He hitting all the notes, all right? Hitting all the notes. What we don't know if is he one of the guys that...
It's probably A minor.
That was trying to hit that note. You know what I'm saying? We don't know that. We got to figure that one out. All right, boom. So we got that there. Let me look through the other one real quick because we're not going through 65 pages the way I just went through this through this 17. He's just a dirty guy, dog. He's just a filthy dude. Yes, we didn't hear the corrido, Velez. Velez said, have you heard him crying saying Puro Chapo Guzman in that one corrido? No. I didn't know they put it in a song. I heard a piece of audio that Oakland Leaks just played. And he was like, yeah, I've had this shirt on for 14 years and a tattoo and I never talk on y'all. And, you know, we speculate he might just be saying that shit because he yapping. All right? But, we'll see. Wow. Bam. Let's see what this sealed indictment say. Because I don't want to go through 65 pages of nothing. But it's the same thing. They did bad stuff with powder and pills and hurt a lot of innocent people. Precursor. Yeah, they named all the names. See, we'll go through that. Because this thing got a whole legend to it. Let me see. All these names, they wildin'. Shout out to Fernando for getting us this paperwork. Fernando got us this paperwork. That's the intro to his corrido. Now answer me something, Velez. Andes said corrido. So they're talking him up like this guy's gonna stand tall. Are they gonna do a remix though? If he starts, if it comes out next week that he's talking, Are they gonna do a remix? Remaster? What's gonna happen at that point? Because they be wilding with that bullshit. Sealed indictment. There. All right, I'm gonna go up here. Introduction. Here we go. F is the single deadliest rug threat that the United States has ever encountered, 50 times more potent than Sharon. F has ruined countless lives, devastated entire communities, making sure we're not frozen, and unalived Americans at an unprecedented rate. All right, from August 2021 to August 2022, 108,000 Americans unalived of rug ODs. The majority of those unalivings involve synthetic opioids like F. Between 2019 and 2021, fatal ODs increased by approximately 94%, with an estimated 196 Americans unaliving every day from F. In 2022, the United States Drug Enforcement Agency seized over 57 million F-laced counterfeit prescription ills and over 13,000 pounds of F powder, the equivalent of about 410 million potentially unaliving doses of F. In total, that is enough F to unalive the entire U.S. population. So they basically had a powder bomb. Hey, salutes, Rilo. Don't be taking back your laughs, man. I'd have got to it. That's basically a powder bomb they could have dropped on the whole U.S. and just ended us. Hit the like button, y'all. You know what I mean? All right, let's see. The Sinaloa Cartel, based in the Mexican state of Sinaloa, operates in countries around the world and is one of the dominant drug trafficking organizations in the Western Hemisphere. The cartel is largely responsible for the massive influx of F into the United States over the past approximately 8 years, and for the accompanying violence and unaliving that have afflicted communities on both sides of the border. 4. The cartel is led in part by Iván Archibaldo Guzmán Salazar and Jesus Alfredo Guzmán Salazar, a.k.a. Alfredo. The defendants in Ovidio Guzmán Lopez, a.k.a. Raton, who are sons of the defendants and Ovidio Guzmán Lopez, a.k.a. Raton, who are sons of the cartel's notorious former leader Joaquín Archibaldo Guzmán Loera, a.k.a. El Chapo, known collectively as the Chapitos. Ivan Archibaldo Guzmán Salazar, Jesus Alfredo Guzmán Salazar, and Ovidio Guzmán Lopez led the most powerful faction of the cartel and the largest, most violent, and most prolific F trafficking operation in the world. For years, the Chapitos and their confederates have knowingly reaped hundreds of millions of dollars in profit from the destruction and despair caused by F, knowing full well that the rug can be lethal to end users of the cartel's product. In doing so, the cartel has driven users of other rugs to F addiction by mixing F into other narcotics and selling F disguised as, for example, legitimate prescription ills. Yo, they are wilding the fuck out, right? With this fentanyl bullshit. I said it. Damn, all of that effing and I said it. They wilding out. As Ivan, the defendant, has stated to associates, the cartel seeks to flood the United States with F in order to supply streets of junkies. In or about May, baby, you done made your own country junkies too, Papa. I done seen the tape. In or about May 2022, during a meeting with other cartel members, Ovidio Guzmán Lopez acknowledged that users of F can unalive if the mixture is just a little off. Indeed, multiple cooks used by the cartel to manufacture its at Chapitos controlled labs in Mexico have unalived from testing the product. Okay, you guys are playing with the devil, all right? The devil in powder form. Y'all are wilding out. You know what I mean?
You see now, you done fucked up. You know that, don't you?
You know that, don't you? All right, let's see. Since in or about 2014, the Chapitos F trafficking operations for the cartel has grown exponentially in volume, scale, and sophistication. At present, the Chapitos are leading and controlling extensive, multifaceted and international operations covering the F trade, from the procurement of chemical precursors in China to the shipment of those precursors to Mexico directly or through third countries, to the manufacturing of F in clandestine labs in Mexico, to the acquisition of military-grade weapons to protect their operations, and ultimately culminating in the distribution of F across the United States. As described in detail below, chemical manufacturers and brokers in China ship F precursor chemicals to the cartel in Mexico. Cartel chemists aligned with the Chapitos use labs hidden in the mountains of Sinaloa and other Chapito control areas of Mexico to synthesize these chemicals into fent of various potencies and physical forms, including powder and oils. Cartel traffickers then move this F for the Chapitos across the U.S.-Mexican border on land, by sea, in the air, and underground for storage in particular stash houses used by the cartel in the United States. The cartel's U.S. distribution network then sells F wholesale to other criminal organizations that redistribute the fent throughout the United States, including in New York City, often passing off the F ills as counterfeit prescription pain medication and mixing the F powder into other controlled substances such as heroin and brocane to maximize both the potency of the product and the volume of the sales. And finally, to complete the cartel's F distribution cycle, money launderers working with the cartel surreptitiously repatriate F proceeds from the U.S. sales with cash in goods and through untraceable cryptocurrency, allowing the Chapitos and their conspirators to reap the massive profits from flooding the United States with fentanyl. I said it again. Yo, I'm sitting here bogus for not being in cryptocurrency. The cartel's in cryptocurrency, and I'm over here fucking around. Hit the like button, y'all, man. I'm tweaking. All right? Shout out Rilo. Shout out Zoraida. Said Fernando. Salute for the docs. Salute to Fernando for the docs. Appreciate it. All right. To protect and further their F trafficking operation, the Chapitos and their confederates rely on army enforcers known as sicarios, as well as corruption and bribe payments to ensure loyalty to the cartel and protection. The Chapito sicarios comprise a security apparatus built to commit acts of violence in order to protect the Chapitos' operation and its leaders' territory, labs, trafficking routes, and money. These sicarios regularly use military-grade weapons, including machine guns, to perpetrate violence, including unaliving, physical manipulation, and snatching, as described in detail below. Chapito sicarios have shot and unalived Mexican government officials, tortured rival drug traffickers, including through electrocution, and even fed some of their victims, unalived and alive, to tigers belonging to Ivan and Alfredo. The Chapitos use their powerful security apparatus to demolish unsupportive business, capture contested territory, intimidate civilians, and attack law enforcement. This relentless violence has led to rampant bloodshed and taking the lives of untold people in Mexico and the United States. You know what I mean? You guys throwing people to their lions, huh? Well, there it is, Velez. As far as their logic goes, is to addict everybody to the F, basically. Cartel also relies on corruption and bribe payments to protect the Chapitos' trafficking routes, guard cartel members, and help enable cartel members to avoid detection and arrest. The defendants, Ovidio, who's charged in a separate indictment, returned by a grand jury in the Southern District of New York, is the youngest of the Chapito brothers and bears primary responsibility for the Chapitos' F manufacturing and trafficking activities for the cartel. Ovidio controlled the first fent lab used by the Chapitos in about 2014 and has since overseen the explosion of their F trafficking activity and profits. Under Ovidio Guzman Lopez leadership, cartel traffickers move F across the U.S.-Mexico border to locations controlled by the Chapitos in metropolitan areas across the southern United States, from where the cartel distribution network transports and sells the F to customers throughout this country. Ivan is one of the Chapitos and the oldest of El Chapo. He leads Chapo's security apparatus. In that role, he commands the sicarios who perpetrate violence to protect and further the Chapitos' operations and vast holdings. As detailed below, Ivan has ordered and personally perpetrated violence, including the snatching and unaliving of law enforcement officers and rival drug dealers. Jesus Alfredo, another of the Chapitos, shares responsibility for the security of the Chapitos' operations with Ivan and is a major trafficker of F and F precursor. As detailed below, for example, Jesus has shipped F precursor and finished F from China through the commercial airport in Mexico City, participated in physical manipulation of rival drug traffickers for the purpose of obtaining information about the infiltration of other organizations into Chapitos' controlled territory, and ordered the shooting of an individual who had robbed him of rugs. All right, 11 is Panu, which somebody in the chat, I forget who it was, said that he happened to be there when the first time, I think it was Omar, that he happened to be there the first time that Ovidio got popped, the time that they let him go. Panu was there. Is the principal deputy for Ivan and the day-to-day commander of the Chapitos security apparatus. He oversees each of the Chapitos regional commanders who are responsible for security in their designated areas of Mexico, and the Chapitos gunmen, the sicarios, who are dispatched where needed to protect the Chapitos F trafficking operations, unalive rival cartel members, demolish unsupportive businesses, capture contested territory, intimidate civilians, and attack law enforcement in furtherance of cartel's F trafficking. So the goons, he runs the goons. He calling it for the goons, all right? Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Salutes. Here we go. El Nini. The defendants are leaders. Oh, no, there's two of them. There's El Nini and Jorge. The defendants are leaders in the Chapitos security apparatus. So it's Nestor Isidro Perez Salas, a.k.a. Nini, and Jorge Humberto Figueroa Benitez. I was trying to avoid that. Oh, a.k.a. 27. There you go. So Nini and 27. The defendants are leaders in the Chapitos security apparatus. Perez Salas works directly for Oscar Noe Medina Gonzalez, a.k.a. Panu, the defendant, and holds responsibility with the Chapitos security apparatus for the security of the Mexican state of Sinaloa. 27 oversees Nini's personal security and coordinates Nini's F manufacturing and trafficking activities. Nini and 27 are both leaders and commanders of the Ninis, and a particularly violent group of security personnel for the Chapitos. Karateka and Tio and El 14 and Allen, the defendants are fentanyl, traffickers for the cartel engaged in the movement of vast quantities of F from Mexico into the United States in ill and powder form. All right? Camarón, the defendant, is a weapons supplier and fentanyl, trafficker for the cartel responsible for distributing F in the southern United States and for bringing bulk quantities of pistols, automatic rifles, and explosive devices into Mexico from the United States, which are used by the Chapitos and their confederates to perpetrate violence across Mexico. Carlos Limon, Jesus Tirado, Carlos Omar and Silvano Francisco Rayo, the defendants operate clandestine F laboratories for the cartel in or around Sinaloa, where fentanyl precursor chemicals imported from China are processed into fully formed F for subsequent importation into the United States. Castor and Sergio are money launderers for the cartel, who in addition to engaging in F trafficking are responsible for facilitating the movement of F proceeds from the United States to Mexico through, among other methods, bulk cash transport, wire transfer, trade of goods, and cryptocurrency. Ana Gabriel Rubio Sea, aka Gabi, the defendant, is a Guatemala-based broker of F precursor chemicals who buys F precursor on behalf of the Chapitos and connects members of the cartel. Seems like they know everything. Collects members of the cartel with their suppliers in China who supply the particular chemical required to manufacture the cartel's F at clandestine labs in Mexico controlled by the Chapitos. Okay? All right, we got the Chinitos here. Tim and Lily and Yao, the defendants, are Chinese suppliers of F precursor who work for companies in China that manufacture F precursor chemicals. They source F precursor chemicals from their companies' factories in China and ship those chemicals to Mexico with knowledge that the chemicals will be used in the cartel labs to manufacture F for the cartel. Alright, we don't need to know all of this. Let's see, we know all of this. Here we go. Let's get to these Ninis. Yeah, they say that word 100 times. Let's just do this. The Sinaloa cartel is one of the most powerful, long-lasting drug cartels in Mexico and largely responsible for the manufacturing and importing of F for distribution into the United States. The cartel is the dominant drug trafficking organization in the Western Hemisphere and the main manufacturing trafficker of F to the United States. It was formed by El Chapo in the 90s, among others. By 2008, El Chapo emerged as the most powerful leader in the cartel, operating his own faction alongside factions led by Ismael Zambada Garcia, El Mayo, and Juan José Esparragosa Moreno, El Azul. These three factions remained relatively stable until El Chapo was arrested by Mexican authorities in or about 2014. Though El Chapo later escaped Mexican custody in or about 2015, while in custody, the most senior members of the cartel came together on the ranch of Ivan, the defendant, to discuss the cartel's future. In attendance were the leaders of the cartel's factions, including the heir apparent to those cartel members loyal to El Chapo, three of his sons known as the Chapitos. During this meeting, the Chapitos and the leaders of the other major factions of the cartel discussed the cartel's future and allocated control over the various regions in Mexico or plazas. All right? In or about 2016, after having escaped from Mexican custody, El Chapo was arrested again and subsequently extradited to the United States, where he was prosecuted, convicted at trial, and sentenced to life in prison for his leadership of the cartel. In or about October 2019, Ovidio Guzman Lopez was temporarily taken into custody in Culiacan, the capital of the Mexican state of Sinaloa, by Mexican authorities for the first time. In response to his arrest, the Chapitos harnessed all military-grade power loyal to them and ordered all available sicarios to converge on Culiacan to fight for the release of Ovidio Guzman Lopez. In the ensuing battle, known as the Culiacanazo, Sicarios loyal to the Chapitos attacked an unalived Mexican government and military officials throughout Sinaloa and surrounded Culiacan, engulfing the city in a wave of violence. Ultimately, the Mexican government released Ovidio Guzman Lopez after significant destruction and approximately 13 unalivings, including a member of the Mexican National Guard. All right. Let's take a chat break right here. We just did a shout out. Jonathan said, Velez, I think they don't have a sterile way of packaging their rugs, so it may get it laced. Kind of like when the U.S., a local hood pharmacist may accidentally lace their rugs. Yeah, Jonathan, but I don't think that's what they're doing. They're cutting it. They're cutting it with the F, so that they can turn Brocaine addicts into F addicts. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Zoraida. She said there's going to be a Chinito Sinaloense in a couple years. I'm bad with these words. There's a lot of syllables and shit. Salutes, Chung. Appreciate you, Mr. Matthew Wook. Salutes. Chucky said they mix the F with the yay to get you addicted quicker. The F is instant. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not. You're no longer addicted just to the Brocaine. You're addicted to the F. You know what I mean? Shout out Jonathan says, kind of like when money's all packaged, some bills look brand new and crispy, some old and wrinkly. Yeah, well, I get what you're saying, Jonathan, but I also, I don't think that's the case for this particular thing. This particular thing, that's intentionally going down. They're intentionally lacing that stuff. Let me see what this, it's not looking good for Nini. It's looking like he's going to talk. Rat the Chapitos with 80% of the vote. Make sure y'all hit the poll. Will El Nini stay quiet, or will El Nini rat the Chapitos? All right. Make sure you make it. You place your vote. All right. All right. Let's keep going here. Salutes to y'all. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. Appreciate y'all being here. If you have yet to hit the like button, please do so. Salutes. Let's get it. As a result of Chapo's absence and certain cartel factions not coming to the aid of the Chapitos during the Culiacanazo, alliances among the factions within the cartel broke down and infighting among the factions ensued. The Chapitos, Ivan, Alfredo, and Ovidio, and their followers emerged as the largest and most powerful of the cartel factions, largely due to the relentless campaign of extensive bloodshed by cartel sicarios loyal to the Chapitos, including one particularly violent group of sicarios working for the Chapitos, the Ninis, right? The Ninis, whose rank included the outfit's current leaders, El Nini and 27, received military-style training in multiple areas of combat, including urban warfare, special weapons and tactics, and sniper proficiency. Under the direction of Ivan and Alfredo, and under the day-to-day command of Panu, the Ninis would snatch, physically manipulate, and unalive anyone who opposed the Chapitos. At the ranch of Ivan, the defendant in Navolato, Sinaloa, the Ninis would bring in for interrogation individuals they captured, including rival traffickers, workers loyal to other factions of the cartel, and officials who refused to facilitate the Chapitos' operation. Once information was obtained from these captives, typically through physical manipulation, these individuals were unalived, either by or at the direction of the Chapitos themselves, and the bodies disposed of throughout the area. While many of these victims were shot, others were fed, unalived or alive, to tigers belonging to Ivan, the defendant who raised and kept tigers at their ranches as pets. Partly as a result of such violence, the cartel increased its power and the Chapitos faction grew. Under the Chapitos' leadership, the cartel has achieved near total control over all drug trafficking activities in many parts of Mexico, including the manufacture and importation of F from those parts of Mexico into the United States. In Culiacan and many other parts of Sinaloa, the Sinaloa cartel exerts control through the Chapitos and even requires the payment of taxes. Not only for permissions to traffic rugs other than F, but also on goods like beer, toilet paper, and electronics. It's a racket, y'all. All it is a dictatorship with guns. That's it. These people are not. Oh, but they throw parties. They give turkeys out. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit. They oppress these people 364 days of the year. You know what I'm saying? Then that 3/4 day right there, what? They give them a turkey? They throw them a party, and then what? They pick the teenagers that they want, to take with them, the bosses. Come on, man. This is they're taxing your toilet paper now. So not other rugs other than F, but also on goods like beer, toilet paper, and electronics. Firearms are carried openly in the city by traffickers and sicarios loyal to the Chapitos, but prohibited for individuals who are not affiliated with the Chapitos. So you can't even carry a hammer yourself. As the cartel's power expanded outside of Sinaloa, the Chapitos used the same recipe of brutal and relentless violence to assert control in other areas of Mexico. At the direction of Panu, cartel sicarios loyal to the Chapitos will travel to areas outside Sinaloa, seize command of local enforcers from cartel-aligned trafficking organizations and street gangs, and commit violence to intimidate local populations and rival traffickers and ensure cartel dominance in the area. This process, which these sicarios call cleaning, was overseen by Panu, directly reporting to Ivan. As they moved into new territory, cartel sicarios loyal to the Chapitos used the same brand of widespread violence that had previously effectively enabled the cartel to secure control in Sinaloa. This violence included kidnapping, physical manipulation, and unaliving of rival rug trafficking, and government officials not willing to accede to the cartel. Between in or about 2016 and 2022, these sicarios cleaned, in other words, snatched, physically manipulated, and unalived rival rug traffickers and government officials in the Mexican states of Coahuila, Michoacán, Sonora, Tamaulipas, Chihuahua. These states were important and strategically located areas for purpose of maintaining control over the cartel's position as the dominant rug trafficking organization in Mexico. At present, the cartel is active in more than half of all states in Mexico. The cartel itself is highly organized and has a sophisticated security apparatus that is armed with military-grade weapons and consists of hundreds of individuals, including those with military-type training, responsible for protecting the cartel and its leadership at all costs. As an example, on or about January 5th, 2023, the Chapito security apparatus mobilized in Jesus Maria, Sinaloa to try to prevent Mexican authorities from arresting Ovidio Guzman Lopez a second time. While this time Mexican authorities successfully arrested Ovidio and seized, among other things, numerous firearms and approximately 6 bags of F-pills, cartel sicarios loyal to the Chapitos engaged in extensive efforts to prevent the arrest, including drawing the Mexican military into gunfights, killing soldiers, unaliving soldiers, and burning vehicles to create roadblocks. This violence and destruction, which included at least 29 deaths, unalivings, quickly became known as the Second Culiacanazo. The cartel's operations are not limited to Mexico. The cartel is the largest international operation of any rug trafficking organization, with a criminal network encompassing nearly every major city from New York to Buenos Aires and a presence in more than 45 countries across the world. Though its extensive holdings and operations within Mexico and its relationship and distribution network outside Mexico, the cartel, as a result of the Chapitos' extensive F-trafficking operations, controls the manufacturing and trafficking of the vast majority of the fentanyl imported into the United States, where cartel associates distribute the lethal rug to cities across the country for consumption by end users, some of whom are consuming F unknowingly because the F is mixed with other rugs or disguised as, for example, legitimate prescription ills. The Cartel's F trafficking organization imports into the United States hundreds of kilos of F and millions of F pills each month by land, air, tunnel, and sea. As described further below, this illicit business is booming. Between in or about 2018 and in or about 2020, for example, a single cartel trafficker in the Los Angeles area, CC1, repatriated to Mexico more than $24 million in narcotics proceeds from the benefit of the Chapitos cartel. Right? Whew. And the rest of this is just repeating the process of the F. Saying the word F as much as they can in front of the judge. Here, let me see. They got a different story here. All right, we'll stop there. Let me see. Because I just don't want to read redundant shit. Salutes. Right, Jonathan says, Shia, most definitely. I just think part of it may be part of the equation. I missed part of it though. Salutes. Eddie Jimenez says, Shia, checking in, bro. Hope all is well. All is well. Salutes to you. Appreciate you checking in. All right, salutes to everybody here. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. I don't want to I want to look through this real quick because I don't want to keep reading if right, they got somebody. They got the teams to protect the operation. See if I find anything new. Cartel uses violence for a variety of reasons, all in the furtherance of the overreaching goals of. Hold on. Cartel uses violence. Gotta hit the record button, y'all. The cartel uses violence for a variety of reasons, all in the furtherance of the overreaching goals of constantly increasing the cartel's power and exerting and maintaining control over F trafficking. Such acts of violence allow the cartel to, among other things, promote and enhance the reputation and position of the cartel, especially with respect to rival cartels. Basically, on the order of these guys, it says that Nini and Panu physically manipulated and unalived 3 members of Los Zetas, a rival cartel, on the ranch of Ivan. Chapito sent sicarios into Ciudad Juarez, a city in Mexico just south of El Paso, Texas, to clean rival cartels doing business there. Chapitos discipline and this is another reason they use violence to discipline and punish members and associates of the cartel who fail to carry out their duties and who are disloyal or disrespectful to the Chapitos, such as in or about El Nini shot an individual who had stolen from Alfredo, which the shooting was at the direction of Alfredo. So it's basically just going through all of their. We figured it out. They're horrible. All right, boom. We got stashes here that they found. I think we're good. I don't want to read all of this. The cartel relies primarily on chemical companies. We don't need all that. And if you guys want to revisit that another day, we can revisit that. We on the Nini train right now. So we heard him crying at the beginning of that thing. We got this indictment here. They're on their ass. The United States District Court is on their ass. This Southern District Court of New York is on their ass. That's crazy. Hold on, I'm about to get to that right now. Chucky said that Nini was testing F in the Native Americans in Mexico's reservations, making them addicts and unaliving them. And from my understanding, weren't they doing the same thing here, or aren't they doing the same thing here? Like trying to strong arm these reservations and take over on these reservations. Like, y'all wildin', boy. At some point, it's like, wait a minute, what the fuck you doing here, buddy? Back up. All right, let's see. Let's go back to this Oakland Leaks video real quick. See if he got any more to enlighten us on Nini.
Law enforcement officers who resist their efforts.
Law
Under
enforcement
Nini's
officers.
direction, these officers intimidate civilians and attack and murder law enforcement officers who resist their efforts. Under Nini's direction, these hitmen often use firearms and military-grade explosives, including machine guns and rocket launchers, to kidnap, torture, and kill anyone who opposed the Chapatos.
Chapatos,
this,
man. Listen, if you choose not to follow the Chapatos, you're gonna have a problem, bro.
relentlessly guns and rocket launchers to kidnap, torture, and kill anyone who opposed the Chapatos. All
man.
this relentless violence has led to widespread bloodshed and has claimed the lives of countless victims. He has also personally committed brutal acts of violence to advance the Chapatos trafficking operations. For instance, in 2017,
just sent
Nini,
$5
along
salute
with
to you,
two
my
of the
duffer, always
Chapitos,
going above and beyond with your resilient grind, providing us with all kinds of content as we diversify and grow. Share out to the committed chat. Like and subscribe to the real and great quality content. It's free.
All right, I don't know who that was supposed to be. I'm gonna hit that again though because it was interrupted. All right, so lose Jonathan Pantoja on the power chat. Let's see who that is though.
Jonathan just sent $5 salute to you, my duffer, always going above and beyond with your resilient grind, providing us with all kinds of content as we diversify and grow. Share out to the committed chat. Like and subscribe to the real and great quality content. It's free.
Did anybody guess who that is? Jonathan, hold the answer. Let's see if we get any guesses. All right, but I'm trying to pinpoint it. I don't know who the hell that is. I said this guy again. Salutes. All right, salutes Jonathan Pantoja for the $5 power chat. He says, salute Sha'il, my dude, for always going above and beyond with the resilient grind, providing us with all kind of content as we diversify and grow. Shout out to the committed chat. Like and subscribe, Like and subscribe to the real and great quality content. It's free. It don't cost you a thing. Hit the like button. Salutes to y'all. Salutes to you, Jonathan. Appreciate you. Appreciate you dropping that power chat. Salutes to you. All right, and I'll have no guess of who that is. We'll see if somebody guesses in the chat, and if not, you let us know in about 15 minutes. Salute. Chucky said, "Yup, I'm native, and there's a lot of them who are bad off. Worse than with the alcohol and H. It's bad. It just seems like things in this country are going from bad to worse. You know what I'm saying? That's what it looks like to me. Salute."
Jesus Alfredo and Ivan Archibaldo tortured, interrogated, and killed 2 Mexican federal law enforcement agents. Around May of 2017, Nini, with Ivan and Alfredo and others, he captured 3 members of a rival drug cartel, specifically from the Zetas, and they were tortured with electric shocks before being interrogated and killed. Also in 2017, Nini and the Chapatos conspired to kill...
Come on, the Chapatos, man. You know, you gotta know who the Chapatos is, man.
...and take revenge against a witness and informant. And in 2022, Nini and O27, or PSA, they tested the potency of their fentanyl on individuals and also experimented on a woman by injecting her, suddenly trying the dangerous drug until she overdosed and died.
Look at that.
In addition, Nini has personally taken part in
Listen, as a human being, when you've gotten to the point, and this is the problem is, you know what it is that even the people that are in the comments that be like, you know, promoting for these guys, like, these are my guys, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to understand, man, you consider good people to the type of people that these people are. Because if you have that kind of power, once you get to, you're using people as lab rats and you're using people, that's it. It's what you were is gone. You know what I'm saying? And the only time you'll see it again is when they put the cuffs on you. And that first tear rolls down your cheek. And them first words come out your mouth. You know what I'm saying? But these guys was, they was guinea pigging people.
Negotiating and selling large quantities of fentanyl. More specifically, in the summer of 2022, Nini and other associates sold fentanyl that was seized by the DEA in Los Angeles. During the course of these sales, among other things, Nini described he owned his own fentanyl labs and 3 fentanyl cooks from one of his labs had recently died from testing the product because it was too potent. At last, most recently, in October 2023, Nini and other hitmen acting under his direction kidnapped a confidential source from the DEA and to another 10 people in Mexico, including a United States citizen, so that who Nini thought worked or were related to the confidential source, Nini and his hitmen killed 8 of the kidnapped victims, including the DEA's confidential source, and to a 13-year-old child. Nini kidnapped and killed these victims in retaliation for providing information from the confidential source of the DEA regarding the investigation of Nini and his associates in the Southern District of New York. New York. Nini, a 32-year-old Mexican citizen, is accused in the New York indictment of 1 count of engaging in a continuing criminal enterprise resulting in death that entails a mandatory life sentence, 1 charge of conspiracy to import fentanyl into the United States, which carries a penalty, mandatory minimum of 10 years in prison, and a maximum sentence of life imprisonment, a charge of conspiracy to distribute and possess with intent to distribute fentanyl, carrying a mandatory minimum sentence of 10 years, and a conviction, a maximum life sentence, a charge of use. Carrying and possessing machine guns and destructive devices, regarding the ongoing criminal enterprise, and the conspiracy to import and traffic fentanyl, which carries a mandatory minimum sentence of 30 years in prison. And
your average loose cannon gunner on the street, you give him that power, and that's what he's going to do with it. You know what I'm saying? Now, here's my question. You hear all these life... top of the scale life sentences over here, right? If he talks, how much time you really think he's gonna do? You know what I'm saying? All those bodies on his jacket, all of that. How much time you think that guy's really gonna do? 1 sec. Let's see. Jonathan said, "Damn, everything's been filed today, but what I just heard him say may be a new level unlocked." Absolutely. Los Chapitos, this is what happens when you have spoiled rich kids take over. That's why Chapo didn't want them running it. He knew they weren't cut out for it. They have no remorse. I don't know how much remorse he had. How much remorse did he have, though? You know what I'm saying? I get it. I get the whole spoiled rich kid shit. Like, they think this is how it's supposed to be. But the old man came up and he was ruthless too. Money ain't worth a life sentence, and they're handing them out like crazy here. But they're also handing out mad life sentences. But these guys are telling stories, and then they tell everything. They got all these bodies, and then it's like Chino Anthrax. They're out in 6 years. Let's see. Oh, no one's guessing. Shy gave me the green light. I let you know. Go ahead. Let the cat out the bag. What's the twins' opinion on that? Twins' opinion on what? Danny, clarify. Let me know.
a maximum sentence regarding the ongoing criminal enterprise and the conspiracy to import and traffic fentanyl, which carries a mandatory minimum sentence of 30 years in prison and a maximum sentence of life imprisonment. A charge of conspiracy to use, carry, and possess machine guns and destructive devices in relation to the criminal enterprise and the conspiracy to import and traffic fentanyl, which carries a maximum sentence of life imprisonment. A charge of conspiracy to launder money carrying a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. An obstruction of justice charge by retaliating against an informant through of a murder that carries a mandatory life sentence. A charge of conspiracy to obstruct justice by retaliating against a whistleblower through murder, which involves a mandatory life sentence. A kidnapping charge resulting in death, including a minor, carrying a mandatory life sentence. And
Buddy, if it was him, if it was one of his soldiers, whatever, you got to take out babies, huh? Babies got to go too. Jonathan said it's Rick Sanchez. I don't even know who Rick Sanchez is, bro. Salutes.
one charge for conspiracy to commit kidnapping resulting in death, including a minor, which entails to a mandatory minimum sentence of 20 years in prison and a maximum sentence of life imprisonment. He's a suspect from the Columbia District accusation for a charge of conspiracy to import cocaine and methamphetamine into the United States.
He's a suspect.
From the Columbia District accusation, he's a suspect from the Columbia District accusation for a charge of conspiracy to import cocaine and methamphetamine into the United States, which carries a minimum mandatory sentence of 10 years in prison and a maximum sentence of life imprisonment. A charge of using, carrying, and possessing machine guns and destruct devices in relation to the cocaine conspiracy. And methamphetamine, which carries a mandatory minimum sentence of 30 years in prison and a maximum sentence of life imprisonment, and a charge of conspiracy to obstruct justice by retaliating against a witness and informant through murder, which entails a mandatory sentence of lifetime in prison. Well, friends, you've heard the situation.
I could have just let the guy in the deli read it, man, because he broke it down to the Nini charges.
With that S9, it's in prison. Well, friends, you've heard the situation with that S9. It's really messed up, honestly. Just as he said, it's very screwed up. Look, he faces fentanyl charges, but that's not the worst part. Realize they killed a DEA informant and not just anyone. He also killed his relatives, innocent people, among them a child. Realize the mindset of these twisted people. It's truly abusive. So, you see, messing with that is no...
Now, this is where I talk about the agendas. Like, we're going to get into the abuses on the other side, too. You know what I'm saying? There's abuses everywhere.
Joke. And many think it's a piece of cake, saying, I kill, I order killings, and I command. No one touches me. No one tells me anything because I'm the boss, because I'm the main one. Well, here it is. It's well documented so that you understand how long the Nini lasted after he killed those people. Because you see, he killed until he got tired. For many years, he committed countless injustices and walked around as if nothing had happened. But what did he do? He killed...
The guy in the deli does not know how to say unalived. That's a fact.
An informant and his relatives. And look, how many days did it last? It only lasted 25 days. That's how long the Nini lasted. He killed them on October 28th and was caught on November 22nd. It took 25 days to catch him. After he murdered the young people from Tamazula, Durango, and very bravely, according to him, he left them a message that because of snitches, you already saw the problem's magnitude, because you already saw that this was the beginning of his downfall. And now that he has just arrived, extradited pretty quick within 6 months, and fewer. And you've seen the minimum sentence for killing an informant. If you all know the name of the informant, It's Alexander Mesa Leon. Well, there it is for those people who are in that scene to realize. This is not a game, and those deaths were in Mexico. Now imagine in the USA, if they did something like that, how long do you think they would last? Think about all those tough and brave ones who supposedly dare everything. And they eat it while it's still burning? I had already told you since the last episode when I talked about Caro Quintero. He screwed himself over for what he did to Camarena. And I told them too, kill an informant or their family and they'll never stop chasing you. And not only the one who committed it, but also the one who put it in place, the one who helped, and the one who covered it up. All of them. For everyone, they will all fall also. I mentioned for instance, with the informant they killed in Colombia, the very famous 2000, that the drug lord Diego Leon Montoya ordered his killing. See why there? The agency...
What the fuck did he say?
They killed in Colombia, the very famous 2000.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
That the drug lord Diego Leon Montoya ordered his killing. See why there? The agencies do everything. They make and unmake, offer, negotiate until they achieve what they want. And don't think Nini is the only one who'll get scraped up over those deaths of the informant and the family. I already told you that everyone who participated there, the one who wrote the message, the one who drove even though he did nothing, everyone who helped and was involved in one way or another. Everyone will get their share, and you saw it's not just anything. And obviously, Nini's bosses too. Why? Because that's how the justice system works. If a gunman or a worker does something, kills someone, all the trouble falls on the cartel boss. Why? Because he is the boss of everyone who works under his commands. Anyone who does something wrong does it to help and protect the organization. And whose organization is it? Obviously, the boss's. And it is also assumed that these people, those workers, do these acts with the boss's approval. In other words, as if it were served on a tray. So now you know. Where does that path lead, and what direction do all involved follow? Trafficking is one thing. Killing informants is another, and only fools do that because their path ends there. And the whole conspiracy, all the conspirators are going to be done for. I don't want to jump ahead, but another one's going to fall. And then I'll create an awesome episode about 5 hours long, even more. I'll do it like Cameline. I'm going to make a whole series. Okay, friends, you more or less understand the whole show. Now I'm going to explain a bit more, to make you understand what else is happening in this environment. What is the Nini going to do? Declared not guilty at Thursday's hearing in New York before Judge Catherine Polk Failla. He showed up in his khaki uniform and wearing orange Crocs, cuffed at his feet, waist, and hands. The prosecution said there was plenty of evidence against Nini, and that they would be revealing it little by little as the process advanced. Nini's hearing was attended by his family, it seems. He was represented by the lawyer, Andrew Patil. I'm shocked because the mighty boss of Nini was crying in court. I can't believe it. If he's the most powerful, the bravest, the baddest, the one who mocked everyone, the one who was going to run off the Maito Flaco from Salado, and the one who was going to take on El Russo. And that's... And what else did he say that made the Omega cry? Boasting that his enemies were crying. I don't remember who it was who said he made someone cry. How can it be possible that this young man who neither asked questions nor left anyone alive is a crybaby? You see, it's not the same to kill while tied up. That doesn't mean bravery, nor does swearing a lot on the radio show courage. Well, friends, here ends the first part of this story. Stay tuned for next week to know the second part of the story. Thanks, everyone.
All right, next week, the second part of the story, which would be this week, because this was 8 days ago. All right, salutes Oakland Leaks. He said what he got to say. Let me go back to the chat real quick. Then he said, what's the twins' opinion on that? He said on Nini's case, don't know. Don't recall if he spoke about it. Oh, I think we froze up. Looks like we froze up. I think we're back. All right. Salutes, Jonathan. He says Rick Sanchez, Rick and Morty. All right, salutes. I gotta get up on Rick and Morty. I don't know. A lot of people told me a lot of good things. The man in the deli doesn't know how to follow our secret society lingo. Absolutely not. You can't speak English either.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
He made up some words. AI be making up words and shit. Yo, is the stream down? Y'all let me know in the chat. I see the stream blacking out, coming back. I don't have any drop frames over here, so I don't know what's happening. Salutes. Let me see if there's video of them catching him. I miss live leak days like this. I'm looking for the video. I know they captured him on the roof. Oso said we good. Salutes. Thank you, sir. Honey's up in the chat for y'all. If y'all in here and have yet to hit the like button, please do. And the Ghost Watchers, hit the like button, please do. All right, let me see if I can find El Nini's capture. I want to see the video on the roof. Here we go.
The West was hope. They were.
Gotta relax, Kevin Costner. We got our girl from Millennial. Is that her? Is that the same chick? Thought they told you to go sit your ass down somewhere.
Y sí, se trataba de el Nini, quien según la Fiscalía del Registro, según la ficha del Registro Nacional de Detenciones de la Secretaría de Seguridad, fue capturado en esta casa
Captured at this house.
Blanca que vemos en pantalla, una casa ubicada en la calle Villachoix del fraccionamiento Colinas de la Ribera, la cual se encuentra a 1,5 kilómetros del fraccionamiento Tres Ríos, donde en 2019 se llevó a cabo la fallida detención.
So they said, what, 1.5 kilometers from where the Culiacanazo happened, or I don't know.
De Ovidio Guzmán, lo que recordamos como el Jueves Negro o el Culiacanazo. En esta propiedad, elementos de la Guardia Nacional capturaron a este sujeto, que se presume es el Nini cuando...
Oh, he up on the roof, boy. Was he trying to climb down? Did he climb up? Wait a minute, where'd he come from?
Presume es el Nini cuando trataba de escapar por la azotea de la vivienda.
He's in his drawers. They got him on the rooftop in his drawers, right? That boy thought about jumping a whole bunch of times. Oh, they licked shots at him. They licked shots at him to keep him from... He was going to scare... I don't know what he was going to do. He was going to go what? Hang and go hands first? Feet first? I don't know what he thought he was going to do. It looked like they licked shots at him to stop him from doing that. Yeah, they did. They busted at the wall. That's it. They got it. Shit. And now he's in tears talking about, I'm not telling on nobody. All right, we gonna see, bro. We gonna see if the songs stick. All right, that's our Nini coverage for today. Salute Fernando to Fernando for getting us the paperwork. I think we pretty much covered what needed to be covered on there. I'll drop an edited video on it. Salute to y'all, man. Y'all still with me? Hundreds up in the chat if y'all still with me, man. Hundreds up in the chat. Salute to y'all. Doctor said, I wonder if anyone ghost eating. Unlike upper echelon now. Buddy don't ghost eat, man. He gonna eat. When he hungry, he gonna eat. Salutes. All right. Boom. We will keep an eye on this story. We will see how much crying Nini does. We'll make sure to pay attention and see if he does any more crying in court. See when he's gonna talk. See what he's gonna say, and see if the songs will change or if he will still have these corridos out there giving them nothing but love. You know what I mean? Shit. The picking and choosing is crazy. You can unalive children. And it's just the same as anything else? No, man. Salutes to y'all. 030 North, Zoraida, Oso, Rilo, Jonathan. Salutes all of y'all. I appreciate all of y'all. Danny, salutes. Yeah, no, but that's a good question for the twins the next time they pop up. I don't see us having any scheduled interviews between here and there. But again, you know that those guys can pop up at any moment in the chat and we'll get those conversations popping. Salutes to them. All right, salutes to y'all. I think we are going to, again, we're going to keep our eye on Nini and see what happens, man. He said he's going to stand tall. They put it at the beginning of a new song. They didn't care that he was crying when he said it. You know what I'm saying? But they put it at the beginning of a new song. We're going to see what happens. All right? I'm going to, let's see. Let's see if we got something we could do in between these two topics, because the next thing I do want to get across is, salutes Rilo. I want to what's the word? Read the entire Rolling Stone article on Diddy. There's a lot of stuff in there that I want to know personally. And what else? That's pretty much it. That video ain't out there. Everybody talks about they heard the article, but there's things that I know from, just studying the Tupac and Biggie situation and knowing what I know from being a part of the hip-hop culture all those years, all of these years in my life, that there's things that are going to stand out to me in this article, so I want to read that. I'm going to get that popping right now, all right? Salutes to y'all. Let me take this little smoke breakcito right here. Let's see. Nini need to relax. He popped all the dirt you did. So this song came out 3 years ago. I don't want to play none of the songs, because if I play any of the songs, I will definitely get clapped. That's for sure. All right, and then I'm gonna get into this article. Let's see. La violencia de los chapitos en Los Ángeles. They're talking about El Mago. What went down with El Mago over the week. Salutes to Rilo for the $10 cash app. I appreciate you, sir, for supporting the channel on that level. Thank you very much. Salutes to you. Appreciate you. Bad, we got our hundreds up. F Nini and whoever could do that to women, kids, and other humans. You're just oppressors, man. You give a lame power, that's what you're going to get. But you're never going to convince them that they're lame. And then they're cheerleaders, you're never going to convince. They're going to look at me like I'm the lame. You know what I mean? All right. But you just a cheerleader. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day. They're just cheerleaders. Salute. When did this song come out? I should got 18 million views. They love these corridos. They play this shit at the barbecue because it's a lie, right? It's a lie. All that bullshit. See if I got anything that's missing from the watch later. see what I got here. If there's anything pertaining to any of this. Now I got a bunch of body cam stuff I want to do. I want to do a body cam. Who's down with a body cam live stream soon? I want to do a body cam live stream. All right, man. Let's just get to this article. Salutes. Stop this and this. All right. I appreciate y'all for being here. Salutes to y'all. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. We about to get into this Diddy situation here, all right? Let me get this. All right. It's going to be very verbose, so bear with me. There'll probably be just as much coded language dealing with these topics as any other topics, so it is what it is. Again, like I told everybody earlier, make sure that you guys hit the subscription notification bell and put all for notifications so you guys always get our notifications. YouTube isn't the best at giving out notifications, but we can give it a try anyway, all right? Let's get it. All right, I don't even know if y'all could even see these words. I don't know if y'all can see these words here, but it's going down. I'm going to read them to you anyway. Let me see something. I'm just doing a touch. Yeah, I can see some words right there. We good. There we go. Boom. All right. This was the article from the Rolling Stone, May 28th, Rolling Stone. Bad boy for life. Salutes. Them corridos in regards to them dudes is equivalent to mumble rap in my humble opinion. Yeah, I wouldn't know how to make the connection, but you're probably right. Bad boy for life. Sean Combs. History of violence. For decades, Sean Diddy Combs was hip-hop's boisterous showman. Now, dozens of former friends, employees, and bad boy artists allege an abusive, menacing figure behind the facade. By Cheyenne Roundtree, Nancy Dillon. Photographed by Martin Scholler, August, May 28th, 2024, 9:30 p.m. Let's get it. Salutes to y'all, man. As he took to the stage at the BET Awards in June 2022 to receive a Lifetime Achievement Award, Sean Diddy Combs was elated. Yeah, 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 he bellowed, punctuating his words with triumphant jumps. The adoring crowd who gave him a sustained standing ovation included his mother and children, longtime friends and music industry peers Kanye West, Janelle Monáe, Babyface, and Lil Wayne. After 3 decades of relentless hustling that took him from hungry teenage intern to A&R executive producer, label impresario, respected fashion designer, and household brand name, Diddy has seemingly reached the apotheosis of his career. All right? And the BET Awards performance that they're speaking of is the performance that we watched on this channel that we got copyright flag for, where he was jumping up and down. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And he was like, Cassie, thank you for helping me. That's what they're talking about right there. He closed his eyes and repeatedly thanked God. He got down on one knee and praised his mother. He name-checked the laundry list of people who'd mentored and inspired him. Anything I do is through love, Combs proclaimed early in a 9-minute speech. That's what I evolved to be. And that's what I'm doing right now. The narcissism is just so crazy that you can know what you are behind closed doors and then say what you wish you were out loud, but say it matter-of-factly like it's who you are. That shit is crazy. But soon, Combs struck a more somber tone. I was in a dark place for a few years, he said. I got to give a special thank you to the people that was really there for me. He listed friends and advisors. Then, looking directly into the camera, he added, Cassie, for holding me down in the dark times. Love. What a jerk off. He raised one hand to make an L sign. That should be the picture for the rest of his life. Him holding that L. His arms just up indefinitely for eternity, immortalized in that picture, stuck in the air, holding that L. To make an L sign and held his gaze steady, silently, for several seconds. For the rest of your life, you're going to hold that L, bruh. All right? For the rest of your life, you're going to hold that L. Where did I go? Combs and Cassandra, Cassie Ventura, a former singer for his iconic Bad Boy record label, had split 4 years earlier, but he had been openly pining for her ever since. He posted photos of her online and urged to listen to Michael Jackson's The Lady in My Life. Simp. These dudes are simps, boy. He publicly congratulated her on her first pregnancy with her husband. His comments at the award show were part of a pattern of behavior, one that had been tormenting Ventura for years. When she learned of her ex's latest remarks, sources say, Ventura was distressed. She was also resolute. Almost 18 months later, in November 2023, Ventura sued Combs, claiming he held her in a violent form of sexual servitude throughout their relationship and graped her upon their final breakup in 2018. We got to read that. We got to read that whole lawsuit in detail. Because it went quiet and I never read it. I want to read the shit. She invoked Combs' BET speech in her filing. For Miss Ventura, the dark times were those spent trapped by Mr. Combs in a cycle of abuse, violence, and ex-trafficking. She said Combs' brutal beatings, one of them captured in harrowing hotel surveillance video obtained by CNN in May, left her with bruises, burst lips, black eyes, and extensive trauma. For Grammy-winning songwriter Tiffany Red, a friend of Ventura's who worked closely with the singer during the height of the alleged abuse, Combs' words from the BET stage had been a taunt. It's like harassment, she explains. You're still fucking with her. Leave her alone. Leave her the fuck alone. In the 5 years after her breakup with Combs, Ventura remained silent. While she was posting about her pregnancy in 2019, she was negotiating in distress behind the scenes to escape her Bad Boy contract, Red says. Despite Ventura signing a 10-album deal in 2006, Bad Boy only released one studio album by her. He kept her in a 10-album deal to keep her forever. You know what I'm saying? 10 albums is some people's career if they have an amazing career. Very rarely do people get to 10 albums. All right? Combs was allegedly trying to tie her separation agreement to a non-disparagement clause. It's not like we were negotiating with just her record label, Red says. We were negotiating with her abuser. Through her lawyer, Ventura declined to speak for this article. Combs did not respond to a request for comment on this allegation. At some point, Ventura checked herself into a rehabilitation center to deal with the physical and psychological repercussions of her time with Combs and found renewed purpose in being a mom, her lawsuit says. When she eventually gathered her strength and stepped forward, a flurry of other lawsuits followed. 5 more women have since accused Combs of rape or violent sexual assault dating as far back as 1990, 2 of whom claimed that Combs secretly recorded their sexual encounters and showed the footage to others without their consent. Music producer Rodney Little Rod Jones also sued, alleging Combs groped his genitalia and forced him to solicit ex-workers and perform ex acts to the pleasure of Mr. Combs. While Combs would eventually take responsibility for the assault captured on the surveillance video, he has vehemently denied all the other allegations against him. The day Ventura filed her complaint, he blasted it as a shakedown based on outrageous lies. For the past 6 months, Mr. Combs has been subjected to Miss Ventura's persistent demand of $30 million, under the threat of writing a damaging book about their relationship, which was unequivocally rejected as blatant blackmail, his lawyer, Ben Brafman, said. In response, Ventura's lawyer Douglas Wigdor said Combs offered Miss Ventura 8 figures to silence her and prevent the filing of this lawsuit. The parties came to an undisclosed settlement within 24 hours of Ventura's filing. Again, that's when he called her bluff, and she called his, and she seems to be the one that came out on top. You know what I mean? In that situation, because that hush money was not hush money, and she got paid. Salutes. I'll get to y'all in a sec. Give me a second. Let me keep going for a bit. When his fourth grape accuser sued him in December, Combs, 54, issued another passionate denial. Enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I've sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. Any of them. He didn't do none of them, y'all. He didn't do none of them. Except for the one we saw on tape. That one he did. The buck stops there, all right? I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth. Can't stop, won't stop. For many, the lurid allegations against Combs were jarring. In part, because he had risen to such great heights as a bankable bon vivant who threw the best parties from New York City to the Hamptons to Hollywood. He's the pop culture stalwart who walked under a parasol held by his campy valet Farnsworth Bentley in Saint-Tropez and turned up at a Met Gala in a Swarovski crystal-encrusted tuxedo and floor-length cape. He rapped about Bentleys and Benjamins and held court at his over-the-top annual white parties attended by Leonardo DiCaprio, Beyonce, Mariah Carey, and Martha Stewart. He called himself the Great Gatsby. He called himself the Great Gatsby and considered circus showman P.T. Barnum his muse. Now, the spotlight Combs constantly chased is trained on his alleged crimes. In staggering scenes that underscore his fall from grace, heavily armed Homeland Security agents stormed his sprawling Los Angeles and Miami estates as part of a federal ex-trafficking investigation on March 25th. Investigators tore through his office and bedrooms, leaving cables dangling from a command center and multiple safes wide open. 3 gleaming Grammys and an Oscar sat atop a gutted console like relics of a crumbling regime. A crestfallen Combs was later seen alone, a cell phone hanging useless in his hand as he slowly paced around Miami Opa-locka Airport. His vacation in the Bahamas was canceled. His once fortified homes breached, his adult sons handcuffed, and his empire on the brink. That was a vacation in the Bahamas, or that boy was on the run, running. All right, who knows? Only the feds and him know. We'll see. Let's see. While the raids made global headlines, the silence from Combs' famous friends was palpable. This felt different than before, when he could use a checkbook, a high-powered attorney, and a media blitz to overcome scrapes with the law. When his charisma, influence, and connections would allow him to shake off allegations of violence or outcry from his disenfranchised artists. Reparations is getting closer and closer, former Bad Boy artist Mace said a day after the raids. The big payback. Over the past 6 months, Rolling Stones conducted dozens of interviews with Combs' former friends, acquaintances, employees, and Bad Boy artists, as well as industry insiders. Out of the 300 plus contracted for this investigation, more than 50 were willing to speak about their experiences. Several would do so only off the record, citing a fear of retribution. Some requested compensation in exchange for their stories. Rolling Stone does not pay for interviews. Many decline to participate, wanting to distance themselves from Combs. I'm trying to leave that part of my life behind, says one former employee. Those who did speak about Combs describe a complicated man with opposing personas. Outwardly, they see a tastemaker who is unapologetically driven, generous, and jovial, even silly at times. He can be the same privately, but associates who got close enough to him discovered something darker behind the facade. A menacing figure who desperately wants to be accepted and admired. Facts. Just an empty dude who wants to convince you he's the coolest dude on the block, but inside knows he's lame as fuck. All right? Salutes. Hold on. Let's take a breather real quick. Let me get in this chat real quick. Chucky said, you see the new rumor that he was getting down with the dad from Family Matters? Yeah, I haven't looked into it, though. Most people don't recoup a 2 or 3 album deal and stay in a permanent contract limbo. Absolutely. They never get to leave their label. That's when the negotiations have to happen behind the scenes for somebody to get at their money or their opportunity to go somewhere else. Let's see. He can be the same privately, but associates who got close enough to him discovered something darker behind the generous and jovial, even silly at times. The facade. A menacing figure who desperately wants to be accepted and admired, who uses public declarations of devotion, splashy donations, and boasts that he is brother love, to hide an undercurrent of alleged abuse and violence that in one previously unreported allegation traces back to before his career even started. Combs wielded his growing power to bend people to his will, sources claim, sending staffers to win back one-time girlfriend J-Lo. So he sent his staff to try to get her back. Get her back. Go get my girl for me. Right? Sending staffers to win back one-time girlfriend Jennifer Lopez. Beating a label executive bloody after he became romantically involved with Combs' ex-partner Kim Porter. And allegedly trying to solicit X from a woman on his payroll. Papa, you going down. As a part of this investigation, Rolling Stone sent Combs a detailed list of questions about the new and pending allegations. He did not specifically address any of them. Mr. Combs cannot comment on settled litigation, will not comment on pending litigation, and cannot address every allegation picked up by the press from any source, no matter how unreliable, his lawyer Jonathan Davis tells Rolling Stone. We are aware that the proper authorities are conducting a thorough investigation and therefore have confidence any important issues will be addressed in the proper forum where the rules distinguish facts from fiction. Joy Dickerson Neal, who is suing Combs for sexual assault, tells Rolling Stone that her decision to come forward isn't about money. It's about making sure the world sees that this man who rose to the level of an icon is actually sick and has left so many victims in the wake of his unpunished, disgusting behavior for years. Combs and Ventura, I heard people could say that. People could say it's not about money. That's cool. Why you didn't say it earlier? And maybe you did. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just throwing that out there. Combs and Ventura at her 21st birthday in 2007 in Las Vegas. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was the picture caption. For Ventura, Combs presented as her... wait. Let me see. Did I miss something here? Behavior for years. For Ventura, Combs presented as her flashy, established 37-year-old label boss when he pulled her into a bathroom and forcibly kissed her on her 21st birthday in 2007, leaving her in tears, according to her complaint. See, I didn't know that. So this was like a forced relationship from the beginning. This wasn't like she got her deal and then she was smitten by him. If he forced himself on her early, for Ventura, Combs presented as her flashy, established 37-year-old label boss when he pulled her in the bathroom and forcibly kissed her on her 21st birthday in 2007, leaving her in tears, according to her complaint. She says he was holding the keys to her nascent music career when he pressured her to consume drugs and have X that same year. Combs quickly became deeply entrenched in every aspect of her life, paying for her apartment, having her medical records sent directly to him, and lashing out for perceived slights. The lawsuit says, when Ventura tried to move on and had a brief romantic relationship with musician Kid Cudi in 2011, Combs allegedly beat her. Combs later told Ventura he planned to blow up the rapper's car in his driveway, the lawsuit claims. In a statement to the New York Times in November, Cudi confirms that his car exploded. This is all true, he said. He blowing up cars, y'all. These cake-ass dudes, boy. She's my girlfriend. I'm gonna unalive you. Bruh, if you could creep her, you could keep her, dog. You just an empty punk. Money, listen, character, real character, that shit outweighs and outlasts money. Character get money, character know how to act. Lame is gonna be a lame in any situation. In her suit, Ventura says she learned to blindly submit to Combs to avoid vicious beatings. Eventually, her lawsuit claims, the abuse extended to X trafficking, with Combs ordering her to slather herself in oil, get high and drunk, and have intercourse with male ex-workers while Combs pleasured himself and filmed the interactions, which he dubbed freak-offs. She learned to disassociate during these horrific encounters, she says. The public got a disturbing window into Combs' treatment of Ventura and the surveillance video unearthed by CNN, unearthed by the Federales, right? Not unearthed by CNN, unearthed by Los Federales. In it, a towel-clad Combs is seen pursuing a barefoot and fleeing Ventura after he'd allegedly punched her in the face during a freak-off in a Los Angeles hotel in 2016. At an elevator bank, Combs throws Ventura to the floor, kicks her, stomps on her, and attempts to drag her back to the room before grabbing what appears to be a vase off a table and hurling it in her direction. Ventura describes the incident in her lawsuit and alleges that Combs paid the hotel $50,000 to obtain the footage and then kept it. Dumb fuck. Screenshots from Combs' attack on Ventura, captured in hotel surveillance footage in 2016 via that's the line for the picture. I took the pictures out. This is just the text. After years in silence and darkness, I am finally ready to tell my story and to speak up on behalf of myself and for the benefit of other women who face violence and abuse in their relationships, Ventura said in a statement accompanying her lawsuit. This was an opportunity to speak up about the trauma I've experienced and that I will be recovering from for the rest of my life. As Ventura's damning allegations were on the verge of going public, Combs was strategizing, according to Jones, who produced multiple songs on Combs' Grammy-nominated 2023 release, The Love album, Off the Grid. He detailed how he planned to leverage his relationship with celebrity pastor T.D. Jakes to soften the impact on his image, Jones wrote in a sworn declaration in April. Jakes did not reply to a request for comment. Publicly, Combs seemingly jumped into overdrive, producing positive press. He fulfilled his $1 million promises to his alma mater, Howard University, and the football program at another historically black college, Jackson State University. He launched Empower Global, an e-commerce platform for black entrepreneurs, and in dropping his new album, proclaiming he was in his love era, he announced that he was giving bad boy artists and songwriters their publishing rights back. It was all a PR campaign. From the beginning, that was even before she spoke. Only some artists say that they were offered their rights back, and Danity Kane's Aubrey O'Day says she refused because her offer came with a mandatory non-disclosure agreement. Woo, sneaky, dirty, filthy freak-off fuckers. A year before her breakup with Combs, Ventura conceptualized a short film titled Cassie that appears telling in hindsight. In a voiceover speaking about the film's fictionalized romance, she says, "How do you just walk away from it and escape it? No. How do you just walk away from it and escape it? I just want to be free." That was my question. He's Puff. I would have just, all them cameras on, just turn to the camera. He's abusing me. And keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? What's he going to do? He going to do you in right there in front of everybody? Not happening. All right? Salutes. A year before the breakup with Combs, how do I escape it? I just want to be free. Puff is out here acting crazy. He's beating her. The hotel security footage prompted horrific. Wait. Oh, this is Roman numeral 1. I don't know what's happening. Puff is out here acting crazy. He's beating her. The hotel security footage prompted horrified reactions around the world. Forced to acknowledge his actions, Combs made a rare admission of guilt, but the hotel security footage prompted. My eyes are going all over the place. Sorry, y'all. Combs made a rare admission of guilt, but tailored it to that incident. "I was fucked up. I hit rock bottom, and I make no excuses. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted." He claimed he went to therapy and rehab and was truly sorry. Ventura's lawyer said Combs' apology showed his pathetic desperation. Many who watched the footage of the assault were stunned, even those who'd known Combs for years. LaJoyce Brookshire, the former publicity director for Arista and Bad Boy, says she was disturbed to learn that these types of actions could have occurred and that Puffy could stand in my face the next day with a straight face. That shakes me to my core. Several women who attended Howard with Combs, however, had seen signs of a controlling and abusive personality decades ago. Combs started at the esteemed college in the fall of 1987 and quickly earned a reputation for throwing legendary rowdy parties. Flamboyant and boisterous, he was often seen driving his convertible around campus and passing out flyers. Though he left after his sophomore year, Combs turned Howard into a pipeline for his enterprises, teaming up with the future label execs and producers Harv Pierre, Mark Pitts, Derek Diddy Angeletti, all key figures in Bad Boy's early success. Shantae Page, a former A&R executive for Universal Motown Record Group, was among those who say they had positive experiences with Combs at Howard, calling his iconic parties a once-in-a-lifetime type of vibe. He was a go-getter from the start, she says, always in the know. But other women described previously unreported incidents involving unwanted touching and fits of rage. One woman says she kept as far away as possible after Combs caressed her back without warning and asked if she would be willing to meet one of his friends. Another former student recalled that Combs flew off the handle after she objected to him cutting a cafeteria line. He was a lame from the start, a lame from early birth. You know what I mean? I wonder what skeletons Ryan Leslie has since he brought her to the diddler, and I believe Cassidy was originally dating Ryan. Yeah. I don't know what the age situation was there. But he got jacked for her. That's a fact. Well, seems to be a fact, but we could look into it though. Let's see. Cafeteria line. While the moments may seem small, they showed flashes of danger that would soon explode. Yeah, but I'll cuss out a motherfucker in a lunch line. It is what it is. While the moments may seem small, they show flashes of danger that would soon explode. A third former student recalls how the future mogul would tap on the window of an English class to get a girlfriend to ditch. The visits became noticeably unwelcome. The classmate tells Rolling Stone she would tense up when Combs appeared. The student who sat next to the woman in class recalls, he just had a weird control thing. Yeah, he was a lame. I felt like she was fearful. The classmate, who requested anonymity due to the fear of retribution, says her concerns were validated when Combs appeared outside of the school's Harriet Tubman quadrangle dorm and started screaming in a belligerent manner for his girlfriend to come outside. The classmates says other women soon began running through the halls, knocking on doors in a panic. They were sounding the alarms that Combs, known then by his nickname Puff, was attacking the young woman outside the hall. Outside, she recalls. Puff is out here acting crazy. He's beating her. Okay, that was the title of that last. Okay. Puff is out here acting crazy. He's beating her, the fellow student said. According to the classmate, he screamed and hollered and acted a stone fool until she came downstairs. Another Howard student who witnessed the alleged attack tells Rolling Stone, she says Combs used what appeared to be a belt to strike the young woman all over the place. Yeah, he's always been a lame. His mama made him a lame. Speaking under the condition of anonymity due to the sensitive nature of the incident, the witness said Combs appeared super angry and was screaming at the top of his lungs. She said he whooped her butt, like really whooped her butt. The witness says the woman was clearly terrorized. She was trying to defend herself a little bit. She was crying, and we were telling him, get off of her. We were screaming for her. A third source also recalled the alleged assault to Rolling Stone. The woman at the center of the alleged attack declined comment. Combs was born with a short fuse, telling Jet Magazine he earned his nickname as a kid because he would always huff and puff when he got mad. I had a temper. That's why my friends started calling me Puffy, he said. His mom, Janice, a former kindergarten teacher, described him as a ham. Combs barely knew his father, Melvin, a handsome rug dealer working for a Harlem kingpin. He was unalived in 1972 at the age of 33 when Combs was just a toddler. Throughout the years, Combs mourned the loss of a father figure, but Melvin had a profound influence on him nonetheless. Even if we don't know our parents, we still have their DNA in us. We have their genes, Combs has said. I have his hustler's mentality, his hustler's spirit, his drive, his determination, his swag, and his loose hands if he had loose hands, you know what I'm saying? Kay said his mama though, Shy. What about his mama? His mama might have been a facilitator in all of this. We don't know yet. When Janice moved the family from Harlem to the suburb of Mount Vernon, 12 miles north, Combs straddled disparate worlds. Combs straddled disparate worlds. In one, he was a defensive back on the football team at his all-boys Catholic high school. In the other, he rode a train to the city, immersing himself in its burgeoning hip-hop scene. I didn't know exactly what he would do, but he was blasting me out of the house with his mixing kit. I bought him when he was 13, making that noise, scratching those records, Janice told Vibe in 1993. After a taste of the celebrity at Howard, Combs itched for more. He was hell-bent on breaking into the music industry, simultaneously attending college and working a part-time internship at Uptown Records back in New York City. It was Uptown artist Heavy D, a neighbor in Mount Vernon, who brokered the job interview for Combs, repeatedly badgered who brokered the job interview after Combs repeatedly badgered the rapper at their local pizza spot. Former Uptown A&R VP Kurt Woodley tells Rolling Stone, Combs commuted from Howard for the job, evading the train fare by hiding from the conductor in the bathroom. He dropped out of school to work at Uptown full-time, eventually becoming CEO Andre Harrell's mentee. Quote, it's not like we were negotiating with just her record label, we were negotiating with her abuser. So this is, I guess, the title for this next section. Tiffany Red, friend of Cassie. Salutes. Take a breather real quick. All of this freak off stuff is throwing dirt on Biggie's legacy, unfortunately, especially when certain Biggie lyrics being looked into under a microscope. Yeah, Big will say some wild shit. Right? There's been a couple lists circulating of wild shit that that Big said that people put on the list. I ain't gonna repeat them. I'm straight. Salutes. But yeah. And it also shows why Big probably wanted out. It also shows why probably Big wanted to get out of there. All right, let's get it. Where we at here? Combs' ascent at Uptown is by now part of his lore. He helped newcomers Mary J. Blige and Jodeci go multi-platinum after reshaping their images. I don't even know if I recorded it. He reinvented the remix and ushered hip-hop soul into the cultural lexicon. He threw exclusive Daddy's House parties at the synth-shuttered Manhattan hip-hop club Red Zone that even his older Uptown colleagues jockeyed to attend. He had the ability to convince people that whatever he was doing or wherever he was, that was the hot shit. Dan Charnas, author of The Big Payback, The History of the Business of Hip-Hop, tells Rolling Stone. He understood more than anyone how the innovation of hip-hop, specifically sampling and using classic records as a basis for R&B songs, would be really powerful for a generation. As Combs' star was rising at Uptown, his predatory instincts resurfaced, according to the sexual assault lawsuit filed by Joy Dickerson-Neal last November. Dickerson-Neal acted opposite Combs in a 1990 music video and received what she considered a warning from Bronx rapper Sister Souljah to keep her distance, given his infamous reputation. Sister Souljah did not reply to a request for comment. All right? Dickerson-Neal with Combs in a 1990 music video. She alleges Combs raped her in 1991. Filming the attack and showing it to others. Uptown Records Dickerson-Neal says she reluctantly agreed to a dinner date with Combs in January 1991 while she was in college. While she was a college student paying for her studies with the restaurant job. Wary of being alone with him, she requested they dine where she worked. She alleges Combs spiked her drink when she used the restroom and later pressured her into taking a hit off a blunt. It's lame, though. You got to poison them? Like, what? She says her legs went rubbery a short time later and that Combs raped her at a nearby residence. She also claims Combs filmed the attack and showed the video to others like a trophy. Through a rep, Combs denied the allegations at the time. This 32-year-old story is made up and not credible. Mr. Combs never assaulted her. Combs' lawyer have moved to dismiss portions of the lawsuit, calling the allegations false, offensive, and salacious. You living in my world, Susia. My bad, that was an accident. Mike Nice Lewis, who worked with Dickerson-Neal at the short-lived PMD Records, tells Rolling Stone that she confided in him at the office about the alleged sexual assault in the early 1990s. Combs and Bad Boy came up in conversation, and Lewis says Dickerson-Neal's demeanor abruptly changed. Lewis claims Dickerson-Neal told him that she had a very bad sexual experience with Combs, keeping her head down as she talked. I believe Joy, he said. I just knew from what she was telling me that it still affected her, even 2 years later. Adds Michelle Kiola, attorney for Dickerson-Neal, and another accuser, Crystal McKinney. The amount of irreparable harm to my clients' mental health and professional lives cannot be overstated. Cannot be overstated. Within hours of Dickerson-Neal filing her complaint, another woman sued Combs for rape. Liza Gardner claims she was 16.
Certified pedophiles.
In 1990, when she and a friend met Combs.
Certified pedophiles.
If this is true and she was 16 years old, then that line is for you, Diddy. Well, also for you, Diddy. We're gonna get all of you rats to come to the surface. All right. Within hours of the Dickerson-Neal filing her complaint, another woman sued Combs for rape. Liza Gardner claims she was 16 in 1990 when she and a friend met Combs, an Uptown singer-songwriter Aaron Hall at a MCA Records event in Manhattan. All you got to do is listen to Gloria to know what Aaron Hall is about. Gloria Velez, that is. Gardner alleges the men were very flirtatious and handsy, feeding the girls drinks and inviting them to Hall's residence for an after party. She alleges Combs offered her more alcohol at Hall's home in New Jersey and forced her into X despite her protests. While she was still shocked and traumatized, trying to get dressed, Hall allegedly barged into the room, pinned her down, and raped her, too. Gardner claims an irate Combs later showed up where she was staying and began choking her until she almost passed out. Combs feared the women would tell his girlfriend what he and Hall had done, the lawsuit claims. Combs' legal team denied Gardner's allegations, calling them a money grab. But another woman who says she was with Gardner the night of the alleged attack corroborated many details of Gardner's lawsuit in a sworn affidavit filed in mid-May. The woman, who is the younger sister of the friend mentioned in Gardner's complaint, says she has a photo of herself with Gardner and Hall from the evening in question. She recalled frantically looking around Hall's apartment for her sister and Gardner after they disappeared with Combs and Hall. The then 15-year-old says she walked into a room and saw a man watching whatever Puffy was doing to Liza. The woman wrote that she awoke the next morning at a different location where an upset Gardner said Combs had just shown up there and choked her. Hall did not respond to requests for comment. Of course he didn't. Back in the Uptown office, Combs' inflated ego, outsized opinions, and Machiavellian scheming were becoming a problem for his peers. He went from internally divisive to openly controversial in December 1991 when he and Heavy D helped organize a celebrity charity basketball game at City College in New York that left 9 people unalived, aged 15 to 28, and dozens injured in a stampede. Combs shirked responsibility, claiming he had tried to enlist help from the NYPD and that he had personally administered CPR to several people. But an incident report ordered by then Mayor David Dinkins faulted him for allowing inexperienced underlings to handle the event planning and found that reckless over-promotion had drawn too many people without tickets to the event. With the city investigating possible criminal charges, lawsuits mounting, and rivals pushing Harrell to cut Combs loose, the Uptown exec urged Combs to lie low. A terrified Combs spent months holed up in a Manhattan hotel with his mother, according to Kirk Burroughs, Bad Boy's co-founding partner and president. Burroughs was fired from Bad Boy in 1997. In 2003, he sued Combs for allegedly threatening him with a baseball bat and coercing him into signing over his stake in the company. His claims were dismissed as beyond the statute of limitations. You wildin' out. And everybody put Puff on paper for many moons about all of the shit that he was doing. All right? Baseball bats is a common thread in this. Smacking people with bottles, choking people is a common thread. We can name a long list of people he scrapped with, including Drake and Cole. It's crazy. That's an inferiority complex. That's him. He, I don't know what size he is, but that's that Napoleon shit. You know what I'm saying? It's Loose Jonathan. Like and subscribe. It's free. Don't cost you a thing. After the controversy subsided and Combs returned to Uptown, he still considered himself Harrell's heir apparent, but his access to his mentor was restricted. He spent much of 1992 producing Blige's landmark debut, What's the 411, gaining redemption in the album's acclaim. Around this time, he founded his own Uptown imprint, Bad Boy Entertainment, where he could sign his own artists and make extra cash. Burroughs remembers jealous Uptown execs referring to Combs as Satan and flipping him off as they walked by his small offices in the Uptown building. Well, that's different than all the foul shit he's doing. That's just people mad because he got his own label. You know what I'm saying? What y'all waiting for? What the fuck are y'all doing? Harrell soured on him too. As Willie recalls, Harrell said, I'm gonna fire Puff. He getting a little too big for himself. He's bothering people. With pressure mounting, Harrell fired Combs in July 1993. Uptown was supposed to oversee the album release of Combs' newest signee, Christopher Wallace, aka the Notorious B.I.G., but Combs was free to find a new home for his fledgling label. So he fired him from Uptown. The termination was devastating for Combs, Burroughs says, leaving the 23-year-old crying buckets of tears outside the office. He loved Andre, Burroughs says. He loved Uptown. He didn't understand what Bad Boy was going to be. I cried for a couple of days and I felt like I wanted to jump off a building, Combs told Rolling Stone in 1995. I think at times I was hard to work with. You think? Possibly I was doing shit that an asshole would do. You think so? Just abusing the power. But that was only a little bit of the time. So there he is in 1995 telling you what he is. He's telling you what he is. Roman numeral number 2. The making of a mogul. Cast out of Uptown and blamed for a tragedy that claimed 9 lives, Combs could have faded into obscurity. But he was scrappy and determined, quickly securing a reported $10 million from Arista Records' Clive Davis. That's another devil with a lot of blood on his hands. All right, that old man right there, why you think he don't die? It's like they serve him up with a new set of organs every year. You know what I mean? Let's see. But he was scrappy and determined, quickly securing a reported $10 million deal from Arista Records, Clive Davis, that kept Bad Boy Entertainment alive. Now, he was helming a skeleton crew. Eager to turn artists into superstars and cement hip-hop as a mainstream genre. While the world did not understand the power of hip-hop, I was working in it and watching it unfold, says Michelle Joyce, Bad Boy's first director of marketing, who, with Brookshire, co-created the Women Behind the Mic book series. I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that it wasn't if it was going to pop, it was when. All right? It wasn't easy. Hours were brutal, pay was low, and the workload was intense. The next summer, only 1 year after Combs' dismissal from Uptown, their work paid off with Craig Mack's ubiquitous Flavor in Your Ear and the Notorious Big's One More Chance. In the next 3 years, Bad Boy will become the premier label for upcoming hip-hop artists and R&B artists, churning out chart-topping albums from Faith Evans, Total, and 112, and soundtracking clubs and radio stations nationwide. And in Wallace, Bad Boy had a budding superstar, Biggie Smalls, the storytelling genius with the effortless flow. Salutes. Still, Combs was volatile. Burroughs says he once saw Combs attack a woman inside Bad Boy's office in 1994. He and another ex-employee telling Rolling Stone they had to tear Combs off the woman after hearing screams and the sounds of shattering glass. The woman declined Rolling Stone's request for comment. Felicia Newsom, the first manager of Bad Boy's recording studio, Daddy's House, says she once held Combs back when he was about to beat this girl's ass after a fight broke out between 2 women. I'm holding him by his waist saying, "You need to calm down. This is not your fight," Newsom recalls. He's like he's a whole bitch. You know what I'm saying? If he had longer hair, he'd put it up before every time he fought. If he had longer hair than what he has, he'd put his hair up before he fight. You know what I'm saying? He'd kick his heels off. He's a woman. All up in women's drama and shit. Stop it. All right. April Lamprose. Claims Combs forced her to perform oral X on him in the mid-1990s. Former Arista intern April Lamprose claims Combs turned violent with her, too. In a lawsuit filed in May, Lamprose alleges Combs attacked her in a parking garage in the mid-1990s, forcing her to her knees to perform Floral X. It was one of 4 horrific sexual assaults she says she endured during her on-off relationship with Combs. 4? That's a lot, man. What are you doing there? As Bad Boy was on the rise, staffers kept Combs sorry, y'all. It's been a lot of words today. We did law paperwork. We doing Rolling Stone. Get there. As Bad Boy was on the rise, staffers kept Combs' transgressions quiet, whether out of loyalty, fear, or a belief that such incidents were rare. Outwardly, he was the label's unceasing hype man, ad-libbing on tracks and making cameos in his artist videos. It was clear he wanted something bigger for himself. I distinctly remember the day that Clive Davis called and asked me to start garnering press for Puffy, just as if he were the artist, says Brookshire. Behind his back, I used to call him my problem child, the notorious VIP. Combs got all of the press he wanted when he and his LA counterpart, Death Row Records boss Marion Suge Knight, became tangled. Combs got all of the press he wanted when he and his LA counterpart, Death Row Records boss Marion Suge Knight, became entangled in a years-long heavyweight hip-hop fight. The pair had once been friendly. Combs even modeled Bad Boy after Death Row, he told Rolling Stone in 1997. But the subsequent rivalry between Biggie and Knight's charismatic superstar Tupac Shakur would turn into a Pyrrhic victory for both labels. And I will say this, Pac was a superstar before Suge Knight. That I'll make clear. A lot of people connect them, but it was less than a year they were together. Pac was a superstar when he went to prison. Combs was fond of Shakur, admiring his ability to marry street credibility with mainstream appeal. Burroughs notes that the Bad Boy team spent the summer of 1993 studying the rapper's buoyant hit I Get Around as a blueprint for a commercial hip-hop record. Desperate to be taken seriously, Combs tried to foster a friendship, but Shakur wasn't interested. Pac didn't have any kind of respect for Puff, said 90s hip-hop photographer Monique Bunn, who was close with Wallace and other Bad Boy artists. To Shakur and even Wallace, Bunn says, Combs was a corny executive. Absolutely. They looked at him like a lame. You think Biggie didn't look at Puff as a lame? He absolutely looked at Puff as a lame. And then some. Instead, Shakur bonded with Wallace, whom he viewed as his peer. Burroughs remembers, as a result, he says, referring to Combs, there was someone on the sideline jealous. Tupac Shakur, Notorious Big, and Sean Combs performed in New York in 1993. That's a picture credit. The friendship would be short-lived after Shakur was ambushed and shot 5 times in the lobby of Quad Studios in Times Square in 1994. He blamed Combs and the Bad Boy crew for setting him up, which Combs has always denied. From there, everything got blown out of proportion, Bunn says. Bad Boy execs started encouraging Wallace to write certain songs, Burroughs says, despite the rapper not feeling so beefy with his former friend. With tensions frothing, Combs released Wallace's single Who Shot Ya in 1995. Now, if you ask me, that was the decision right there that cemented it in Pac's mind. And even if they had nothing to do with it, Puff put that out there by doing that, by putting that song out. For those that don't know, Who Shot Ya, just the name of the song itself. If you're friends with Pac, even if he's salty with you, if you're friends with Pac, you release that record, and you're gonna you want him to believe that it ain't about him and it ain't a message to him. Bad move. Bad move. And I look at it like that too. If Puff wasn't saying, if Big wasn't saying nothing, if Big wasn't making records coming at Pac, right? Why would you release something that would vaguely make it seem that way? That's dirty. That's some puffy shit. Sounds about right. Burroughs says despite the rapper not feeling so beefy with his former friend, with tensions frothing, Combs released Wallace's single Who Shot Ya in 1995. It was widely viewed as a sneering provocation aimed at Shakur. Though Wallace was adamant it wasn't. It should have never saw the light of day. It should have never saw the light of day. Perhaps seeing a promotional play. No, hold on. Though Wallace was adamant it wasn't, Shakur responded with the ferocious hit 'em up, pushing hostilities to their peak. Perhaps seeing a promotional play, Combs stoked the East Coast-West Coast rivalry. The two label heads traded jabs, with Knight cast as the intimidating cigar-chomping gang-affiliated boss, and Combs the slick, clean-cut executive. When a 25-year-old Shakur was unalived in September 1996 in a drive-by in Las Vegas, Knight immediately pointed the finger at Combs, who denied involvement. Some bad boy employees received personal death threats soon after. I didn't recall reading in the employee manual that dodging bullets was a part of my job description, Brookshire says. Last September, Compton Crips gang member Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was charged with Shakur's unaliving. His trial is set to begin in November. Davis has claimed Combs offered $1 million for a hit on Shakur. Combs vehemently denies the claim. Right? We're going to end this Nini poll over here. Let's see. All right, 24 votes. We're ending the poll. 79% say he going to rat on everybody. 21% say he going to stay quiet. We going to see. We going to see. Salutes. Had too much power, like they say. Watch a dude change with power and money. He thought he was invincible. You give a lame power, lame gonna abuse it. That's just what it is. All right. How can I put this? I don't not see him putting $1 million on Pac's head. I'm not saying it happened, but I'm saying it ain't far-fetched. Not then. Not with that ego. And not with the threat of these behemoths on top of him. These guys was huge stars, a lot of money involved. 6 months after Shakur's unaliving, in March 1997, Wallace, 24, who shouldn't have been there, was attending a Soul Train Music Awards after party in Los Angeles when a gunman opened fire on his GMC Suburban, unaliving him. Police consider the homicide an unsolved act of retaliation. Listen here. He should have never been there. Should have never been on the radio. Should have never spit Long Kiss Goodnight. None of that. Shouldn't have been there. For those that, I don't know if they're going to get into it here, but for those that don't know, 6 months after Pac was gone, they went back to L.A. Tensions was up. There had been, from the day Pac was unalived forward, there was a war going on in the streets of Los Angeles. You know, a lot of people went down, and these guys had no business. There was still too much tension in L.A. for them to be there. Not to mention, the day before they did the Soul Train Award, whatever they were doing, they were on the radio, and I believe Biggie spit Long Kiss Goodnight. And on that song, he's infamously coming at Pac, a man who's been gone for 6 months. If you wrote that verse before he passed away, you keep your mouth shut about it. But to go spit it on his land, on radio, you wilding the fuck out. Puff should have knew better than for them to ever go over there. Period. You know? Jonathan said, Aaron Hall got some explaining to do in 2024. How can them videos and interviews pass? Oh, they pass. Trust me, there's a whole lot more to sift through. Chucky said, wasn't Zip his boy? Keefe D claims Zip gave him the strap. Yeah. Keefe D also claims that Diddy actually gave Zip the money that they were supposed to get paid for the bounty on Pac, but that Zip kept that money. But that's just what he says. You know, you can say whatever. Salutes. We back at it. Let me not this one. Multiple reports allege Wallace had been preparing to leave Bad Boy shortly before his unaliving. It didn't help that Combs had been fighting with Wallace's attorneys, who were trying to wrest back the rapper's publishing rights. I never seen that word. Who were trying to get back the rapper's publishing rights. I will never give it up until I'm dead and my bones are crushed into powder, Combs told the lawyers, according to the Big Payback. So in that book, they quote Puff as saying such. All right, so let's start this paragraph over. Multiple reports allege Wallace had been preparing to leave Bad Boy shortly before his unaliving. It didn't help that Combs had been fighting with Wallace's attorneys, who were trying to wrest back the rapper's publishing rights. And Puff is quoted in that book, The Big Payback, to have said, I will never give it up until I'm dead and my bones are crushed into powder. Combs told the lawyers, according to The Big Payback. Biggie was absolutely about to leave Puff, Bun says. I know for a fact because he told me that. Another source adds, everybody wanted to leave Puff. Everybody leaves him. All right, here's the next title here. Shout out Big Blanc. He said there's something called a death clause in their contracts. Do you know if they talk about it in this story? I'm sure there is. There's all kind of life insurance clause, all kind of shit. Here's the title for the next one. She was crying and we were telling him get off of her. We were screaming for her. All right, we already heard that part. Combs capitalized on the shock and sorrow over Wallace's unaliving. Brookshire, who had been traveling in the same SUV as Wallace during press events the day before he passed away, says Combs denied her request for time off to process her grief. Instead, just 2 weeks after the slaying, she says, Combs ordered her to focus all efforts on Wallace's upcoming album, Life After Death. Combs demanded it be number one. Top 10, she recalls. It sold nearly 700,000 copies in its first week. When Rolling Stone approached Bad Boy about the cover opportunity a few months after Biggie's unaliving, Burroughs claims he advocated for the late rapper to take the spot. I was telling Sean, let's make it Biggie. You still have a chance for a cover in the future, Burroughs recalls. He's like, no, he's dead. I'm putting it out. Combs' debut album, No Way Out, in July. I need to be on the cover of Rolling Stone. Okay. No, he's dead. I'm putting out No Way Out in July. I need to be on the cover of Rolling Stone. So, all of that, that's my boy. I love him. Biggie, my brother. Right? And he kept his face, he kept his image, his likeness, what's left of him, from being put on the Rolling Stone cover. That just tells you who he is. It's crazy. Combs got his cover. And 2 years later, he acknowledged how Biggie's unaliving had been big business. I think his passing added to the fame, Combs told Rolling Stone in 1999. At least 2 million of the nearly 5 million copies of No Way Out sold were due to his unaliving, straight up. And that doesn't necessarily feel good, but that's the reality. Sheesh. It's right there, in black and white. At least 2 million of the nearly 5 million copies of No Way Out sold were due to his unaliving, straight up. And that doesn't necessarily feel good, but that's the reality. Every step I take. And now you got to pay Sting forever on that record. Even Death Row's fearsome boss, who's currently serving a 28-year manslaughter sentence, has been labeled a boogeyman in hip-hop, said Combs' behavior was distasteful. When Pac left, I didn't pick up a microphone, Knight said on his prison podcast. I picked up the pieces. All right, Roman numeral 3. People did whatever he said to stay in his good graces. In the late 1990s, fans regularly gathered outside the Daddy's House studios in Midtown Manhattan, angling to see a famous face or pass along a mixtape. We had built this machine, the hottest hip-hop label in the world, and people started to jockey to get next to Puffy, Joyce says. As the new millennium dawned, hip-hop entered its bling era, with Combs and his artists mining the melodies of 1980s pop songs to guarantee commercial hits. They wore matching shiny suits, spit raps about designer socks and yachts, draped themselves in diamonds, and filled their big-budget videos with fawning women and bombastic pyrotechnics. The label was thriving off Biggie's legacy and bolstered by rising stars Mace, Shine, and Black Rob, who kept that thing afloat. They definitely did. Combs won Grammys and was nominated for his work with outside artists Mariah Carey and R. Kelly. He entered the upper echelons of New York society, partying with Revlon billionaire Ron Perlman and Donald Trump. There was a certain narcissism, an attitude of objectifying not just women, but all people, and wanting to be with other men who enjoyed moving people around like chess pieces, Charna says of Combs, adding that he was the standard bearer for hip hop as capitalism and a social mobility play. He was on his what's it called, Great Gatsby shit. Becoming a dominant force in the industry only seemed to amplify Combs' bullying behavior. In April 1999, he barged into the office of Interscope Records executive Steve Stout, and allegedly turned violent. Combs was furious that Stout didn't cut him from a crucifixion scene in a Nas music video before sending it to MTV. He punched me in the face and then grabbed the phone and bashed me in the head with it. Stout recounted to the LA Times. Combs privately settled with Stout, reportedly for $500,000, and dodged a 7-year prison sentence by pleading to a reduced charge of harassment. That summer, Combs released his second album, Forever. The album's critical and commercial failure. The album's a critical and commercial failure. It sold less than half of what its predecessor did, hardly diminished Combs' star power. Combs is led in handcuffs from the Manhattan South Police Precinct in New York City on December 27, 1999. That's the picture. A few months later, in December, Combs was arrested after a nightclub shooting in which 3 people were injured. His newest star, Shine, a.k.a. Jamal Michael Barrow, was convicted of firing the shots and sentenced to 10 years. Barrow was deported to Belize upon his 2009 release. Combs, meanwhile, was charged with weapons possession and attempted bribery after he and then-girlfriend Jennifer Lopez fled the shooting in a Lincoln Navigator that reportedly ran 11 red lights. Combs was facing up to 15 years in prison if convicted. Kevin Rogers Francis, a host at Combs' restaurant Justin's, who did marketing for Combs' short-lived magazine Notorious, recalls the mogul scrambling for money, shuttering the magazine, and hitting the restaurant's drawers for cash in what Francis presumed was an effort to cover hefty legal bills. The prosecutor claimed Combs offered cash to witnesses after some said Combs was the shooter. Victim Natanya Rubin has been adamant that Combs fired the bullet that tore through her nose. Listen, man. That's just icing on the cake. If this dude went into a club, wilded out, shot somebody, put it on Shine, left Shine to take the heat, left him with no lawyers, left him with no money, right? Like you a whole different. This guy's almost every different kind of dirtbag that you could possibly be. Dude is it. Victim Natanya Rubin has been adamant that Combs fired the bullet that tore through her nose. Combs' own driver testified that Combs offered him 50 stacks using a $40,000 pinky ring as collateral if he would say he owned the unlicensed gun found in the SUV. Others have claimed Combs paid as much as $1 million to Barrow through an intermediary to buy his silence. Man, I don't know that million was worth it. Barrow denies the claims to Rolling Stone, calling it ridiculous misinformation. After a 6-week trial, Combs was acquitted in March 2001. But isn't he kind of now like kind of dry snitching the situation? What's his face? Shine saying, the girl said it wasn't me. It wasn't me. She said it was Puff. She still says it's Puff that did it. With his mounting scandals, a tabloid relationship with Lopez, and the popularity of his Sean John clothing line, which launched in 1998, Combs entered the pop culture stratosphere. It became a point of pride to work for Bad Boy, says former employee Flash Rodriguez. It wasn't just a company, it was a lifestyle. But Combs was difficult to work for. Employees who wanted to stick around had to learn how to speak puffy, Berkshire and multiple sources say. A demanding boss, Combs often yelled to get his point across and fired employees on a whim. No one on his team at Bad Boy spoke back to him. Former Daddy's House studio manager Newsom says, no one challenged him. Another source recalls Mace, whose real name is Mason Betha, calling Combs Massa behind his back. Betha did not reply to a request for comment. He was so volatile, says a source who sometimes worked with Bad Boy. He's always on the edge of snapping and being scary. People did whatever he said to stay in his good graces. And Puffy exploited people's desire to be in those environments. Now, I've been the dude that's been, the guy trying to run shit with 100 dudes in a building, 100 different people, and nobody doing shit. And I could be a little ornery my motherfucking self. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't no power play. It was like, shit, y'all had more power over me. Y'all was deep as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it to be frustrated with people. Most people that get cussed out, they're never going to tell you what they did to get cussed out. They're never going to tell you, their culpability in any of it. You know what I'm saying? But it's in every part of his life. It's in every part of his life and his existence. The only thing we haven't seen is him. The only thing we haven't heard of is him being abusive to his own children. You know what I'm saying? And who knows if we'll even get to that, if that's even in this. But it's just like every part of this dude's life is just lame shit. It's more than just somebody that gets upset and flies off the handle because nobody's doing what the fuck they're supposed to be doing. You know? It's a dude that been that way his whole life since birth. Let's see. No one on his team at Bad Boy spoke back to him, former Daddy's House manager said. No one challenged him. He was so volatile, says a source who sometimes worked with Bad Boy, always on edge of snapping and being scary. People did whatever he said to stay in his good graces, and Puffy exploited people's desire to be in those environments. All right? 4. Why is nobody saying anything? Are they that scared of him? After Combs' acquittal in the nightclub shooting in 2001, he reportedly headed straight to church. He later made a less God-fearing visit to the Peninsula Hotel, where he was throwing a massive bash to celebrate the verdict. It was there that Anna, a freelance graphic designer working with Bad Boy's marketing team, says Combs approached her and began to massage her shoulders. The woman requested a pseudonym, citing fear of retribution. I'm getting touched on my shoulder, my arms, my back. He's like, oh, yeah, you like that? I know you like that. Really gross, Anna recalls, sharing her story publicly for the first time. I was like, no, not so much, and I sort of floated my way out of there. Anna says she avoided Combs the rest of the night. Weeks later, her boss, girlfriend, confided that Combs allegedly approached the boss the night of the party to solicit me for X, Anna says. A friend confirmed to Rolling Stone that Anna told her about both the encounter and the proposed arrangement when they began working together a few years later. The boss did not return Rolling Stone's request for an interview, and the girlfriend declined to speak. I felt quite unsettled about this for many years. When people ask me about my days at Bad Boy, it's just overshadowed by his crap, Anna says, adding that Combs treated her as though she existed to accommodate his whims. He acted like that about most people. You know, his mom spoiled him. His mom was probably doing weird shit to him coming up. Who knows? Look at Kells. They say Kells was the same deal. It just came. It came from one generation to the next. Combs often flaunted his sexual encounters, even if underage artists were around to see. He's wildin'. He's wildin'. A teenage usher briefly lived at Combs' New York house in the early 19s. A teenage usher.
Certified pedophiles. Wop, 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 wop.
A teenage usher briefly lived at Combs' New York house in the early 1990s as a young bad boy protege. Puff introduced me to a totally different set of shit. X specifically. Usher recalled to Rolling Stone in 2004. There was always girls around. You'd open a door and see somebody doing it. Or several people in a room having an orgy. You never knew what was going to happen. Like, there it is right there. Casey Sheridan, a member of the teenage girl band Dream, recalls the group being summoned from a meeting with Combs to a Beverly Hills hotel bungalow when she was 15 and awkwardly eyeing a purse and a pair of high heels by the front door as the group waited. After 20 minutes, a bathrobed Combs emerged from a nearby room. It's like you can't even keep our innocence. I'm 15, walking into the situation knowing exactly what he was doing next door. Yeah, but where was your motherfucking mama at? You know what I'm saying? Because these kids talk from this position, but it's like, but your mama sold you into Hollywood and sold you into performing and sold you into being at these places at these times and being able to be summoned. I don't give a fuck who my daughter is signed to. You cannot summon her no motherfucking where. You know what I mean? Crazy. There's budgets. There's budgets for all that shit, you know? Budgets to have somebody make sure the kid's good. Kid don't have to be walking into nobody's situations. You know what I mean? Crazy. Bananas. Take a quick fucking breather real quick. Salute 298 on the check-in. Appreciate you. Messed up hip-hop's ecosystem with all this mess. Absolutely. Because if he has even the slightest to do with Big and Pac, just imagine what he robbed us of. You know what I'm saying? And what do we get in exchange? Can't stop, won't stop. Shut the fuck up. I'd much rather have Pac and Big than whatever he brought to the game. That's a fact. All right, hunters up. Salute to y'all for being up in here. Appreciate y'all. 298 on the check-in. Salute, sir. Salute to you. All right, we almost at the bottom of this, y'all. All right, we done broke the 3-hour mark. No, we about to break the 4-hour mark. Let's get it. Crystal McKinney at a Sean John show in 2003. Okay, that was the picture. Hours later, the model alleges Combs forced her to perform oral X on him. Feeding off his fame and power, Combs appeared to be pushing his most sickening impulses even further. Model Crystal McKinney was photographed during a star-studded Sean John fashion show in February 2003. Hours later, according to McKinney, Combs says she was acting too uptight and pressured her to take a hit from a lace joint. She alleges he then forced her to perform oral X on him despite her resistance. The night sent McKinney into a tailspin of anxiety and depression that she says resulted in a suicide attempt, a self-unaliving attempt. I had a whole future in modeling mapped out that was stolen from me. Being sexually assaulted and having no recourse is so painful, McKinney tells Rolling Stone. I felt like I was unaliving every day because I did not have yet the strength to come forward. I hope that by speaking out, I can help other survivors come forward and seek justice. Not long after, between the spring and fall of 2003, a 17-year-old girl was out on a night with friends at a Detroit area lounge when a man in a suit approached and allegedly introduced himself as Combs' best friend. The man purportedly called Combs and let the girl speak directly with him with the famed producer, who was twice her age. The man, alleged to be former Bad Boy president Harve Pierre. So these guys is at the club with their stupid hat. Didn't somebody say they wore hats and shit? We wore hats to go find chicks. And then they had the chick talk to him, make sure it's him. Like, the lamest shit in the world. Lames carrying out lame shit for other lames. Harve Pierre. It's crazy. Crazy. Let's see. The man, alleged to be former Bad Boy president Harve Pierre, convinced the girl to board a private jet and take the 2-hour flight to Teterboro, New Jersey, just outside New York City, to meet Combs in person. According to a lawsuit filed last December by the girl, now an adult, Jane Doe plaintiff. Then a high school junior, she was awestruck by the opportunity, documenting the trip with photos. Where your mama at with your 17-year-old ass? Documenting the trip with photos from inside Daddy's house, where she's seen pretending to record a song, pointing at Combs' initials on the wall and sitting on Combs' lap. Now, you tricked out. You knew you was tricking out when you tricked out. You know what I'm saying? If he was a nobody, you'd probably keep that story to yourself. Some of these victims are not all the victim that we think they are, man. And y'all are willing to believe blindly, but not all the time. Not me. A Jane Doe with Combs at his daddy's house studio on the night she alleges that Combs and the 2 other men raped her when she was 17 in 2003. Now, she didn't sign up for that shit, I'm sure, but you know what I'm saying? Like, to be, you know you tricking. You get on an airplane, you're going to see some man, you know what you're doing. Where your mama at? The photos were included in the lawsuit to corroborate the women's allegations that she was gang raped that night by Pierre Combs and a third unidentified man inside the recording studio. The woman claims the men plied her with rugs and alcohol until she was clearly unconscious and unable to consent. As she started to black out, she claims Combs led her to a bathroom where he removed her skirt and underwear, and from behind, as she drifted in and out, the unnamed assailant replaced Combs and raped her from behind as Combs watched, she says. The woman alleges Pierre replaced the second man and raped her too. When the men finished, she fell into a fetal position on the floor in excruciating pain, was later escorted out of the building and flown back to Michigan, she claims. Yo. They was wildin'. Where's the tape of that? Combs' lawyer filed a motion to dismiss, calling Doe's account a decade-old tale, a baseless claim, and an effort to extract an undeserved financial recovery. Pierre did not reply to requests for comment, but previously called the accusations fiction and a desperate attempt for financial gain. Again, they don't all have to be true. We know damn well when he says, I didn't do anything, we know that's a lie. You know what I'm saying? They don't all have to be true. But again, they're not all lies, that's for sure. That's for sure. Rugs were a consistent part of Combs' life, Ventura alleges in her lawsuit, claiming he was addicted to prescription painkillers and took ecstasy frequently. She claimed he had ills and other rugs out in the open like candy, and that he would supply alcohol. Did I miss something? Yeah, no, that's it. Like candy, and that he would supply alcohol, ecstasy, and brocaine, the sedative GHB, ketamine, and MJ during freak-offs. But far from enhancing a party vibe, Ventura and others say these substances only darkened his mood. Once Combs got drunk and or high enough, says one frequent party guest in the early 2000s, he would turn violent and loud. He would take his anger out on people. At several points when Combs was extremely intoxicated, Ventura alleges he beat her. An industry source says they once left the party at Combs' home because they felt so uncomfortable watching an aggressive Combs yell at Ventura throughout the night. You could tell in her eyes that she's scared, they said. I'm like, is this normal? Am I tripping right now? Why is nobody saying anything? Are they scared? Are they that scared of him? In a 2015 appearance on the Breakfast Club radio show, Combs described the deal he offers his girlfriends. If I'm in a relationship with you, 25% of your time, you're just going to feel like, oh man, I hate being here. This guy cheated on me. He lied to me. Combs explained, while sitting next to his teenage son, Christian. But then there's 75% of the time, I'm going to make you the happiest woman in the whole world. How many of these pendejas fell for that shit, huh? Aren't they trying to lock up Tate for getting women to fall in love with him? You know what I'm saying? You go to jail for getting women to fall in love with you? All right, let's see. 75% of the time, I'm going to make you the happiest woman in the whole world. I'm going to be there to support your dreams. I'm going to be there to hold you, listen to you. I'm going to be there to be your best friend. And I'm going to promise you smile the most because I'm going to force you to smile the most. And if you don't smile the most, I'm going to make sure that you got a reason not to smile. When these cameras ain't looking, I'm going to come down on you. That's what's going to happen. And you're going to smile tomorrow. And I'm going to make sure you smile every time I want you to smile. When anybody's looking, you're going to smile. That was what he was on. Right? That's what he was on. I'll make you smile the most. You know who I am. This is what it is. Which deal would you choose? There was one term of the deal Combs never disclosed, sources say. The women who signed up for it were not allowed to walk away. Damian Vasquez, a former Bad Boy intern, says after Combs and Lopez broke up, Combs had staffers camp outside MTV's TRL studios with signs to win her back. Ventura claimed that every time she hid, Combs' network of operatives found her and implored her to return, including a Bad Boy executive who threatened to withhold the release of her music if she didn't return to Combs. You hijacked them. You hijacking people's lives and careers. After Ventura left Combs, he tried to paint a picture of a heartbroken, hurt man. A source who knew the couple throughout the relationship says when the reality was, he's a liar and abuser. Burroughs believes Combs' losses at a young age, especially the unaliving of his father, took a toll on his relationships. He's fortified now with the money and the power, but abandonment and the act of leaving can bring about vicious results, he says, and the women catch it the worst. Combs' long-term partner, Kim Porter, who unalived of lobar pneumonia in 2018, was no exception. Their relationship was tumultuous. According to two sources who claimed Combs physically abused her, I remember Kim used to go through a lot of stuff, former Bad Boy rapper Mark Curry says. If you live around them, you get to see the toxic relationship. I think every relationship he had that I experienced around him was like that. Combs and Porter first got together in 1994 and dated on and off until 2007. She ended it for good upon learning Combs had fathered a secret child while she was pregnant with their twin daughters. There were other infidelities, including Combs' affair with Lopez. But Combs never let Porter truly move on, she told Essence. He still calls 50, 60 times a day, she said. It was like my life was not my own. He was very, very intrusive. In 2000, Porter's fledgling courtship with late music executive Shakir Stewart enraged Combs, all right? Shakir Stewart, another man who took his own life. Fledgling courtship with late music executive Shakir Stewart enraged Combs. When the industry gathered for L.A. Reid's wedding in Italy that summer, Combs went to Stewart's room after the ceremony and allegedly broke a chair over Stewart's head. He got away with it too much. Nobody wiped the streets with his ass. Nobody smacked him up enough. It looks like he was always ready for whatever was coming at him. Nah, somebody needed to drag him through the streets early in his career and on camera so that he would learn his lesson. He didn't. Broke a chair over Stewart's head, all right, and allegedly broke a chair over Stewart's head. Stewart's mother and two of his close friends tell Rolling Stone. He left them bleeding on a hotel floor in Italy, Stewart's mother, Portia, says. He had to have stitches, and then Combs threatened him again that I'm gonna unalive you. That's when I said you need to get out of this business. This man is crazy. Right? 5. I've noticed him unalive a lot of people's spirits is the name of this one. By the mid-2000s, Bad Boy had hemorrhaged several top acts, including Faith Evans, Total, 112, Craig Mack, and Foxy Brown. 2 decades later, nearly all of the Combs artists have left him. Apart from himself, stepson Quincy Brown and son Christian. Only Janelle Monáe is left on the label. A rep for Monáe did not reply to a request for comment. Machine Gun Kelly's last track released with Bad Boy was in February 2024. He started his own label, established 19XX under Interscope. Rolling Stone reached out to dozens of artists who'd been signed to Bad Boy to ask about their experience with the label. Many declined, with one saying, "I don't have anything nice to say when it comes to my time with Bad Boy. It was not a good experience, and one I really don't want to relive." Those who did speak to Rolling Stone say they felt their time with the label was squandered through lack of direction. Several spent years at Bad Boy without releasing any music. Shelved. Curry, who was affiliated with Bad Boy from 97 to 06, has been one of the most outspoken detractors, writing about his dealings with Combs in his 2009 book, Dancing with the Devil, How Puff Burned the Bad Boys of Hip Hop. He says Combs repeatedly promised to produce his solo album but never gave him a budget. There's different ways you can unalive a person, Curry tells Rolling Stone. I've noticed him unalive a lot of people's spirits. He is this monster. Nothing has changed. This guy got no soul, no duty to anyone, not even his kids. Producer Rodney Little Rod Jones. Not everyone felt the same. Singer-songwriter Kalena Harper says one of the highs of her life was joining Combs' Dirty Money group in 2009. She was later invited to work with Combs on the Love album. He was fucking cool as shit, she says, adding that artists who blame Combs for the trajectory of their careers may suffer from disgruntled employee syndrome. Yeah, but that don't speak for physical abuse, though. Years ago, there were whispers that some Bad Boy A&R executives would expect actual favors from female artists in exchange for professional attention. I would hear about female artists being asked to do stuff with some other male executives. Recalls one former Bad Boy staffer. Like, we can make or break your career. What are you going to do about it? Going to HR was useless. If you want your job, you're not going there to complain. They add. It's crazy. Filth. On the Call Her Daddy podcast in 2022, Danity Kane's Aubrey All Day says she was kicked out of the group because she wasn't willing to do certain things. Not talent-wise, but in other areas. She refused to get specific, saying the truth was what you can imagine. There was no Me Too, she added. She signed a million NDAs and a million contracts that took away your rights. You signed a million NDAs and a million contracts that took away your rights. Asked by Rolling Stone to elaborate, O'Day says the answer to what happens if you don't do what the executive wants, I'm the full-blown fucking story of that. Some who left Combs worried he might try to expel them from the industry altogether. Brooklyn rapper Lanice Babs Bunny Wiley of Combs' MTV reality show Making the Band says she was blackballed after leaving the label. Bun, the photographer, claims her gigs instantly dried up after winning a lawsuit against Combs in 2000 for withholding a set of Biggie photos from her. Huh? Oh, she sued him for withholding the Biggie photos. Okay. Bun, the photographer, claims her gigs instantly dried up after winning a lawsuit against Combs in 2000 for withholding a set of Biggie photos from her. She claims a friend at the Fader magazine told her that Combs personally called the office and said if they work with Bun, Bad Boy will pull its advertising from the magazine. Talk show host Wendy Williams wrote in her 2004 book that Combs spent a lot of money and used a lot of his influence to try to crush me. After she posted an alleged actual photo of Combs and another man on her website. Combs denied it was him in the photo. And music producer Easy Mo B claimed in February that after he challenged Combs over a credit Combs had given himself on the producer's song, he noticed certain people wouldn't deal with me. He's someone you don't want to make an enemy out of, says one former employee of Combs. When people do go against him, that person gets ostracized. For some, the side effects of being shunned by Combs were profound. Francesca Sparrow joined Bad Boy Entertainment in 1998, rising through the company to become Combs' right-hand woman. But Sparrow alleged an age and disability discrimination lawsuit that Combs illegally fired her in 2010. She claimed Combs froze her out after she took time to recover from a hip surgery and voluntarily checked into rehab to treat a lapse in her sobriety. Sparrow tried to continue working in the music industry, but opportunities would disappear, a family member says. The alleged blacklisting led to significant health issues, which brought her to her end, the relatives say. She was devastated by the way she was treated. She felt betrayed. Sparrow unalived in 2014. Right? Let's see. Oh, I got a whole lot to go. All right, we're almost there. Let's get it. Here we go. Right here. Let me take it here. Smoke them if you got them. Salutes to y'all. Appreciate y'all for being here. We've been here over 4 hours. Right? I'm about to get back to it. Let me take a toke of the smoke. Y'all take one too. If you're sober, hugs. If you're drinking, pop them open. All right. Hunters up in the chat for y'all. Hunters up in the chat for my vocal cords. Let's get it. As ex-Bad Boy President Burroughs puts it, Combs never forgets a grudge. If he sees a snag in the sweater, he'll pull. 6. Life ain't always what it seemed to be for Combs. 50th birthday in 2019, revelers gather at his 17,000 square foot Holmby Hills home in a black tie attire and beaded gowns, sipping champagne and ice cold Ciroc. The vodka brand Combs shilled for a share of profits. They admired the breathtaking Kerry James Marshall painting that Combs had recently purchased for $21 million. Guests Beyonce and Jay-Z rubbed shoulders with Dr. Dre, Leonardo DiCaprio, Kobe Bryant, Cardi B, Snoop Dogg, and Kim Kardashian. It was a crowning moment for Combs, a testament to the multifaceted success he had worked so hard to achieve. Combs had conquered fashion, winning Menswear Designer of the Year at the prestigious Council of Fashion Designers of America Awards in 2004, acted on Broadway, became the co-owner of De Leon Tequila, founded the Revolt TV cable network, purchased the sports beverage company Aqua Hydrate with Mark Wahlberg, and filmed a cameo in Disney's 2014 movie Muppets Most Wanted. He even legally changed his middle name to Love. With his hard edges seemingly polished away by his gilded life, Combs appeared untouchable. It was all the perfect cover for his alleged physical and sexual abuse of Ventura. Right? Salutes Maya Lansky on the check-in. Salutes Eddie Jimenez. Appreciate you. Here we go. Ventura says in her lawsuit that there were multiple witnesses to her alleged mistreatment, but they were too afraid to cross Combs. She claims both Combs' head of security and his assistant began to cry when they saw the extent of her injuries. In an open letter published by Rolling Stone, Ventura's friend Tiffany Red wrote that she was present the night Ventura says she was forced to leave her 2015 surprise birthday party for another freak-off with Combs. Red recalled seeing Ventura backed up against the wall with Combs cursing her out. She said Ventura returned later that night, apparently sedated, while Combs screamed at Red, Tell your girl she wants some birthday dick. I flew all the way from Miami. She gonna get this birthday dick." Red wrote that she told a visibly angry Combs to leave Ventura alone. She recalls Combs ignoring her and driving off with Ventura in a golf cart. Yeah, he just over there living Tony Montana's life and shit, thinking he in a movie. just being excess, just being super too much. You know what I'm saying? A lame that is fermented to the point of, you know what I'm saying? He's just done. Rolling around in golf carts, dragging around drunk motherfuckers and shit. Like, what? Combs' physical abuse extended to Ventura's inner circle as well. According to her lawsuit, she claims one of her friends obtained a settlement after a physical altercation with Combs in 2018. After Ventura's birthday party in 2015, a severely intoxicated Combs allegedly dangled another of Ventura's friends over a 17th floor balcony. Neither friend responded to a request for a comment from Rolling Stone. One source who worked with Combs and Ventura says people fail to speak up because Combs doesn't believe in being told no, and if you get caught up in the wrath of that, it can be very dangerous. In her lawsuit, Ventura says she finally found the strength to leave for good when Combs allegedly forced his way into her apartment and raped her in September 2018, the night she met him for dinner to discuss breaking up. What? They go to dinner to break up, and then he breaks into her crib? He wilding the fuck out, bro. You should get smoked wherever you at. She claims Combs pulled off her clothing and assaulted her as she repeatedly said no and tried to push him away. A month later, people reported the relationship was over, citing a source who said Ventura was moving on with renewed focus on her career. Though Ventura's alleged hell at the hands of Combs was largely unknown until she filed her complaint, overlapping public claims about Combs' behavior made minor headlines during their decade together. In 2017, Combs was sued for sexual harassment by a personal chef, Cindy Rueda, in a lawsuit that seemed bizarre at the time, but has gained renewed scrutiny. Rueda claimed that when she worked for Combs in 2015 and part of 2016, he regularly had her serve dishes while asked if she liked his naked body. One incident in August 2015 allegedly involved Combs ordering Rueda to serve him breakfast in his room and then partaking in sexual activity with model Gina Hune as Rueda dropped the food on a table and fled. The lawsuit was forced into arbitration and ended privately. A lawyer for Rueda did not reply to requests for comment, so he just wanted to smash everything, wanted everybody to see him smash. Just a lame cuck, dog. Is what he was. He's just a lame cuck with a lot of money and power. No different from the Ninis of the world. You know what I'm saying? Wow. Let's see. Hume, meanwhile, reemerges in 2019 with claims that Combs beat her. In an interview with gossip blogger Tasha K, Hume says she started dating Combs in 2014 and that he offered her $50,000. He's offering everybody 50 stacks. $50,000 to terminate a pregnancy that year. Hume also said Combs shoved her to the ground and dragged her by her hair in 2018 and in a jealous rage once stomped on her stomach. But he never went at it with nobody that was willing to fuck him up. The allegations barely made a ripple, and Hume went silent after the interview. Hume declined to comment for this article. The Detroit area Jane Doe, who sued Combs and Pierre in December, tells Rolling Stone she hopes her lawsuit will hold not just Combs, but also all of those who acted with him, stood silent, and actively covered up his behavior accountable in her lawsuit. He said her nightmare was not an isolated incident, and pointed to another Jane Doe who sued Pierre on November 21st. The woman alleges Pierre groomed and actually assaulted her when she was his assistant between 2016 and 2017. These guys just hire people to try to touch them. Like, you gotta have an ego that tells you, but that you're the man. You know what I'm saying? They want you. You know what I'm saying? But the narcissism in that, to tell yourself that, knowing that it's your power play, it's your position. But if you're willing to abuse that, well, then you're just the same monster you would be if, you know what I'm saying? Otherwise, like, you're just a monster, dog. You're just a monster. Then in early February, Jones, the Love album producer, sued. The 73-page complaint filed by the lawyer Tyrone Blackburn, which included unusual elements such as photos of the defendants and redacted names that could easily be deciphered. Right. That was dumb. Y'all got Meek Mill in trouble. Claimed that Jones worked, traveled, and often lived with Combs while producing 9 songs for the project, but couldn't jump ship. Jones described his experience as a hedonistic hellscape. He claimed to have hundreds of hours of footage and audio capturing Combs, his staff, and his guests engaged in serious illegal activity, including the use and distribution of ecstasy, brocaine, K2, MJ, shrooms, GHB, and the toast. A pink powder described as a mixture of X and brocaine. He claimed that at one party in July 2023, Combs fed him ecstasy-laced liquor until he blacked out and woke up naked next to an ex-worker. Jones said Combs terrorized him with constant, unsolicited, and unauthorized groping and touching of his... I'm going to leave that one out. And that Combs kept him compliant by displaying weapons, threatening to eat his face, and according to the suit, informing Jones that he was willing to unalive his own mother if he must to get what he wanted. Combs' lawyer called the complaint pure fiction. He is this monster. Nothing has changed, Jones told Rolling Stone shortly before the lawsuit. This guy got no soul. He has no duty to anyone, not even his kids. Combs' associates, meanwhile, have faced allegations of their own. 25-year-old Brendan Paul, who Jones described in his lawsuits as Combs' rug mule, was arrested and charged with brocaine possession during the raids on Combs' properties. Paul pleaded not guilty, but later accepted a deal in May, agreeing to complete a rug diversion program, after which his case will be dismissed. The deal was offered because Paul is considered a first-time offender and the substance amount allegedly found was not of a trafficking level, a spokesperson for the Miami-Dade State's Attorney Office said. It's a great question from Oso right there. Where's Farnsworth Bentley at? What he got to say? And where's Stevie J been since that video dropped? We ain't heard nothing from him either. Let's see. In early April, yacht steward Grace Omarkay sued Combs and his the lawsuits is just deep. And his 26-year-old son Christian, alleging that Christian drugged, I said it, can't catch them all, and attacked her on board a luxury vessel rented for a 2022 vacation in St. Martin while filming a since-scrapped family reality show for Hulu. According to NBC News, Omarkay can be heard in an audio recording asking Christian to stop touching her legs. She claims Christian later tried to force her to perform oral X. Christian Combs' lawyer, Aaron Dyer, did not reply to a request for comment on the allegation, but previously claimed Omarkay's complaint was rife with manufactured lies and irrelevant facts. Okay? All right, we've reached the final finale right here. Here we go. This is what? 7? 7. Is this the end? On May 4th, Combs posted a video of himself standing by an ocean, staring down a tropical monsoon with his arms outstretched as he recorded his voice, as the recorded voice of his spiritual advisor, T.D. Jakes, booms. Not hysterical, not frantic, not anxious, not fretful, but steady in the storm. On May 4th, he did this? Wait, when did he do the apology? When did... Puff, you posting yourself with your arms wide open, singing T.D. Jakes songs and shit? You wildin', bro. Let's see. But steady in the storm. While Combs gathers support where he can, the new allegations have reshaped his world. After stepping down from Revolt, he reportedly sold his shares in March. The Harlem charter school he co-founded reportedly cut ties and scrubbed his name from its website. In January, premium liquor giant Diageo revealed it paid approximately $200 million to buy the outstanding 50% share of their De Leon tequila brand from Combs, fully dissolving their partnership. In a 2023 court filing, Diageo said that Combs had amassed nearly $1 billion from their 15-year relationship, and the wave of lawsuits reignited industry beef with Combs, longtime rival 50 Cent, who is making a documentary about his downfall. Right? Combs is preparing for a fight for his reputation, his legacy, and in some sense his life. Federal officials declined to say much after the March raids, but a source confirming to Rolling Stone that investigators in the Southern District of New York interviewed potential witnesses as part of an ex-trafficking and racketeering probe. Agents may also examine Combs' alleged ties to the infamous black mafia family Cartel after the Detroit Jane Doe alleged in her suit that the group is rumored to have seeded Bad Boy. No criminal charges have been announced as of publication. Ex-trafficking is certainly a potential component of a pattern of racketeering, or it could be charged on its own. See, that's how that RICO talk. Former federal prosecutor Elizabeth Geddes, a member of the team that successfully prosecuted R. Kelly in New York, tells Rolling Stone. The indictments of R. Kelly, Jeffrey Epstein, and Ghislaine Maxwell, high-profile individuals who long evaded real accountability by law enforcement, offer prosecutors a playbook for a possible prosecution of Combs. Combs is known to sport a gold medallion depicting Lazarus, the biblical figure raised from the dead, and why not? He survived the deadly CCNY tragedy, the shooting that unalived his top artist, his Club New York criminal trial, and prospered. He named an album No Way Out, but he's always managed to find one. This time may be different. As more accusers and associates emerge with hellish accounts of their time with Combs, as more voices hint that there are darker stories still to be uncovered, he stands exposed in a much harsher light. To some, his claim that this brutal 2016 attack on Cassie represented a rock bottom from which he has since recovered doesn't ring true. One source who knew the former couple says the mogul's rage was always on the verge of creeping out. Rock bottom must be his personality, they say. It's never not seen this person. I've never not seen this person. Misa Hilton, the mother of Combs' first son, Justin, had been silent in the wake of Ventura's lawsuit. But after the video broke, she responded by saying, "I know exactly how she feels, and through my empathy, it has triggered my own trauma." Hilton declined to comment for this article. "It's a long overdue reckoning," says Anna, whose encounter with Combs at the Peninsula Hotel still haunts her. "People have been sitting with their experiences for years because you don't know what to do with it," Gardner's friend wrote in her recent affidavit that she wishes that she had spoken up then. Raised hell earlier. She watched her friend grapple with the aftermath. "This experience completely changed Liza as a person," she wrote. Dickerson Neal, too, says she was forever changed by a single night. One date with Sean Combs led to trauma and pain of actual assault and an ocean's depth of shame, she tells Rolling Stone. Learning that Combs allegedly distributed an explicit video of her was devastating, and she has suffered debilitating self-doubt and a lifetime of inner turmoil. Those who were watching decades ago long suspected Combs' legacy would end in disgrace. Facts. Hear that? Those who were watching decades ago have long suspected Combs' legacy would end in disgrace. None of this was really a surprise for me, says one of the Howard alums who had knowledge of Combs' alleged attack on a classmate. You're already an abuser in college. You were already feeling you had to have certain power over people. Another says Combs must now face accountability. It's time. In an Instagram post in late May, Ventura expressed gratitude for all the love and support she's received. "With a lot of hard work, I am better today," she wrote. But, she added, echoing the experience of many of Combs' accusers, "I will always be recovering from my past." There you have it, y'all. That is the complete Rolling Stone article called A History of Violence. Right? Salutes to y'all for sitting through that. Bad Boy for Life. Sean Combs, History of Violence. Puffy, puffy, puffy. The writing is on the wall, papas. The writing is on the wall. The question is, who does he have written down in his little list? Huh? What's going to come from that? That's going to open up a whole nother. We're going to be reading a list about a whole bunch of other artists. All right? Because you can't ever give a lame power. You give a lame power, they're going to abuse it. It just is what it is. Salute to y'all. Hundreds up in the chat, man. We are on our... We about to break the 4.5 hour mark. Right? Salutes to y'all. I appreciate y'all being here. We hung out today. Give this a pause. Matter of fact, let me stop that. Boom. All right. Get this over here. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Let me go back to the chat real quick. And let me knock this down over here. Again, thank you to Fernando for the paperwork that we used for the El Nini. Right? These are two big chunks. This video, this article, and this El Nini chunk. I'm gonna edit those down during the week and drop those. I want to start covering on lives shorter segments, so I can have more videos than just 2-3 hours on the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's something I'm looking forward to in the future. All right, let me get through the chat real quick. Salutes to Ivan. He was here on the early bird. Salutes, Zoraida. Appreciate you. Rilo, thank you, sir, for your donation. Jonathan, we appreciate you. Thank you, sir, for your power chat donation. JFL, salutes to you. Also, my brother, salutes. 323G, Big Blanc, Aquino, Sally Correa, 030 North. I appreciate you guys. Ivy, appreciate you, sir. Thank you for coming through. Ed the Hip Hop Guru, per usual. Salutes. Big Blanc. Ivan again. Omar, thank you, sir. That part of the stream feels like a million years ago. Hector Ramirez, thank you for checking in. Go Bucks, salutes. Chucky Chingon, we appreciate you, sir. Thank you for your input. Velez, good seeing you. 030 North, thank you, sir. Ian Eslup, good seeing you. Vicente, good seeing you. Chun's Kicks, I appreciate you. Salutes, Whoop. Eddie Jimenez, thank you for coming through, sir. Danny, we'll ask about a Nini if we talk to them next time. Kay, his mama. Facts, his mama up to something. We don't know what it is, but his mama is up to something. 298 Sosa, we appreciate you stepping through. Salutes. Jimenez, Meek Mill needs to come out the closet. Meek Mill can do whatever he wants. People, the court of public opinion has voted. You know what I'm saying? Salutes. I appreciate you guys, man. Thank you guys for being here. Y'all have a great night. I will see you on the next live. Who knows when that will be? I got a couple of editing joints to do. And I want to get more shorts out. More shorts and get more exposure to the channel. I appreciate you guys. We're going to go out the same way we came in. Y'all have a good night, man. Salutes to y'all. Peace.
How can I change what? We landed here. It's not the same sun. This is despair. One of us came up, none of us cared. They want to change up. Life isn't fair. It's how we made, huh? Now you aware. It's why you fear us. This why you scared. They over the hilltop. I see them right there. They wait for the kill shot. They'll sit and they'll stare. If we got a real shot for us, it's up there. We're hopeless if we stop. They'll kill us right here. Living in death's den. Run through the best winds, storming the front gates. Whatever gets us in, whatever gets us over, whatever helps us win, whatever we must do. Rescuing our kids, as long as they get through it, don't matter if we live. God chose to bless you, I'll take all that death gives. I'm into this war ends, in memory of dead friends. Hope of a new way when all of this death ends. Who can we call on? It's me and it's all y'all. We're here by our lonesome, nobody to fall on. Flesh in the dirt, fire to ashes. Fate getting closer every moment that passes. Running away, no one is there. No one to save us, nothing to spare. How can I change what? We landed here. It's not the same sun, this is despair. One of us came up, none of us cared. They want to change up, life isn't fair. It's how we made, huh? Now you aware. It's why you fear us, this why you scared. Show me a safe place, does it exist? It must be a wasteland where nobody lives, that nobody knows of, where nobody's been. Where we at is warfare, every kind you can get. What you can't get is real love or fucking respect. Set up for failure, a life of neglect. If none of us stand up, we'll live with regrets. If we rise, we might die, I call that a good death. What would I live for if I am oppressed? How can I raise up with the world on my chest? Who's gonna save us if you and I rest? They shoot us in cold blood when under arrest. Lock us in cold cells, consider it home now. Cut off from emotions, our feelings are stone now. Our buildings are blown out, the madness is so loud. It's dark and there's no sound, we gotta go now. Running away, no one is there. No one to save us, nothing to spare. How can I change what? We landed here. It's not the same sons, this is despair. One of us came up, none of us cared. They want to change up, life isn't fair. It's how we made, huh? Now you aware. It's why you fear us, this why you scared. The illness is prevalent, natives malevolent. Hunger, starvation now, no hope for a heaven sent. Kiss the babies goodbye, say I love you to wives. Grab your weapons, get your steps in, we gon' ride when it rise. The sun mean what when it's blinding your eyes? Put the wind to your back, leave them facing the sky. Put the pain in the dirt, raise your bloody fist high. Use your brain, do the work, strategize and survive. The rush of the dust up, the thrill of the gun buzz. The satisfaction of our reaction when there's no one to help us. The spoils of war, the hunger for more. The passion of how we smashing what we hate through the floor. The rage, the loneliness of dead on the page. To cleanse this land, gotta burn more than just sage. Crush the cage, body and soul unafraid. Kill them all and set them ablaze. No running away, no one is there. No one to save us, nothing to spare. How can I change what? We landed here. It's not the same sons, this is despair. One of us came up, none of us cared. They want to change up, life isn't fair. It's how we made, huh? Now you aware. It's why you fear us, this why you scared. Hanging from a thread till you dead. Cause your partner put a price on your head. Cause your chick was laying up in his bed. She getting details, spilling every word that you said. She working retail, thirsty bitch just trying to get ahead. If history tell us anything, y'all both end up dead. It's just a street tale of fable, some shit someone said. Sit at the table and hope there's more to offer than bread. Pulled out the cradle, first steps you getting chased by a fed. No head starts, just body parts and lead sparks. Old religion, brand new hate and weak hearts. Oligarchs, krakens, dragons, you see sharks. Imagine you could manage to maneuver the deep part. You a savage, you can have it, just show all your teeth sharp. If you could grab it, you could stab it, just aim for the bleeding heart. The ones that show compassion, the soldier that seeks art. Does the artist that wage war take over or take part? Taking a knee, thinking no one faithful is me. I'm good people in bad lands, no evil live within me. I mind mine, I'll survive, find this lands for the free. If I'm mistaken, I'm forsaken, no one rescuing me. Residual effects, stray bullets through familiar necks. For any number of infractions that I deem disrespect. Your beliefs, you deserve better, but we both in the shit. You just haven't come to grips with it yet. Fight or flight, and they ain't really nowhere to go. If your back is against the wall and you ain't throwing no blows, you gon' crumble in the rubble, become blood in the snow. If you a victim, they collect them, grab the body and go. Dig them and ditch them, total disregard for the soul. Gas them and lit them, watch the flesh burn in the glow. Where we live and catch a shiver, this a hell you don't know. Your best hope is that your dying ain't slow, or your dying's a show. Where we at, it's every man for his own. A bloody backdrop, where killers just zone and slice flesh to the bone. Masked and gloved up front of your home. A flash of gun, but the side of your dome. Fresh blood from a stone, dents in your sense. Kick your fucking ball through the fence. Dare you to say something, no sense in sitting around in suspense. Find out what's next, open your fucking mouth, disrespect. See the extent of how my life is intense. She beautiful and oppressed in
in a permanent summer dress. She is serving and still she blessed. Children cradled against her breast, whispering prayers, wishing their souls the best, knowing that they forgotten, not forgetting they're blessed. The bloodiest red lights, just piles of dead life. Something must be broken, the glyphs wasn't read right. You think the Bible papers was shed light? Yeah, right. Burn after reading, tell the preacher I'm leaving.